behind or a couple seconds behind because I was talking to myself and I thought that it would go live automatically like Streamlabs does, but I needed to click go live. YouTube was protecting me, but I did not let it. I did not let it. So it's gonna be interesting to find out where exactly the stream started. But, let's see. Let me listen. Okay, yeah, you guys are seeing because I was talking to myself. Yes, so sorry you guys, I've been talking to myself for the past not 3 minutes, it's been more like 2 minutes. But I didn't realize that I had to press the button because on Streamlabs OBS, when you press stream, it goes for you, like it streams for you. So yeah, I had to press go live, and that's why we were a little bit late. But thank you guys for waiting, sorry about that. The stream came just at the right time for me. Good, good, good. But yeah, I was laughing at your username, how it says, I only care about myself, like, as opposed to, like, Calxiyn Cares Too Much. No, I'm late. No, you're not late. We just started. We started 5 seconds ago. I haven't even done anything yet. Don't worry, don't worry. Hello, Anime. Hi, Treat, Kimmy, Crab Legs. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, this stream may have started in an awkward sort of moment. So I will reiterate that I did something wrong. And so I was talking to myself for the last couple minutes. I didn't hit the go live button. So anyway. So, hi Bob. Oh my god. Yeah, so you guys can thank Bob for this. I basically did this just for him. What a cute bear in the corner. Thank you. That is going to be the Calxiyn Cares Too Much mascot. I think I need to like look at on Patreon I'm pretty sure I let everybody do it even if they weren't paying patrons, but you had to sign up like for free. So everybody who signed up for free on Patreon got input on, like, what to name her, so we will get there. I have to look at the names again, but yes, I will talk to you guys for a couple minutes and just, oh my god, why are there so many of you here? I was like, it's just gonna be Bob. It's gonna be Bob, and it's gonna be Idiots React, and it's gonna be, like, 4 people. 4 people, I say, as I held up 3 people. It's gonna be 3 people. I can't believe that there's 25 people here. Hi. So, yes, this is Bob's fault, because yesterday when I was streaming Genshin Impact, we were talking, and, he mentioned how, like, helpful he found my... Oh boy, I Want Song video, yes, that's the one. Hold on, let me switch I have, my music here, I'm, like, juggling. I don't even know if you guys can hear it, but... Yes, you guys are multiplying. Yes, let me put my Fontaine music so I can have a good little time. Here's like some Calxiyn Cares Too Much lore before we get started, but I remember, I don't know what was wrong with me, but for a while I was just having a really hard time recording. Oh, Fontaine, you may be a little too loud. Let me know if you guys think that like the soundtrack is going too hard. It just looks a little loud on my end, even though I have it on like the least amount of volume. Hello? Oh, that's why, because this isn't turned down like it was before. So we should be able to fix that. Hi. Hi, Crazy Creator from the Discord. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh, Calxiyn lore. I used to have a really hard time recording for some reason. Not on this channel, but like on my main channel during like, I don't know, just one summer. I was not feeling the vibes during COVID. And so I had like music in my AirPods. And that made me feel a lot better. And so on that same principle, I want a little music in the background. So yes, hopefully this will be helpful to you guys. And so this is a new thing that we're starting to do because I don't have any videos ready. And so I thought that this would be fun. Now, let me just double check something. Okay, my computer has no space. That's bad. So I guess if I need to make this into a YouTube short later, I'm gonna have to download it. Actually, hold on. Hopefully you guys don't mind. Sorry, very professional content creator who definitely knows what she's doing right now, coming at you live from the Calxiyn Cares Too Much basement. But yes, we will get started. This is not the main channel, no. I have a main channel that is a reaction, or it still is. It's technically there still. The Calxiyn, like, main channel, and I started by doing reactions and Kingdom Hearts news videos. So, like, analyzing trailers and that sort of thing. But yeah, I do want to record this just in case I make a YouTube short out of it or something. And the problem is that yesterday I streamed Genshin for 6 hours, and so that's taking up all my hard drive space. So I'm looking for that so I can delete it, and then after, because I don't need it anymore because the stream was fine, knock on wood, I try to record just in case, like, what if the internet goes out? But yes, guys, don't worry. This will be a writing stream. We will have lots of fun. The live will stay on YouTube, God willing. So that's why I always record it just in case my internet goes out or something, but okay, we are recording, so just in case something happens to the live stream, we can record. Okay, and we can have a recording. So, yes, character writing advice. So we are going to do this as a new little thing, you know, a cute little Calxiyn Cares Too Much thing. It is not that, it is serious, but it's not that serious, you know what I mean? We're just having a good little time. The reason why I decided to do this, other than Bob and his, him being, like, I was like, okay, if Bob says it was helpful, bet, let's go. Other than that, it was because I made all these YouTube shorts and I was like, there is no way that I can condense all of this information. It's either gonna be multiple shorts that add up to 15 minutes. Like, it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. So I decided I wanted to do something like this, and we are gonna start with character. We may do, like, in the future, we may kind of circle back to, like, protagonist specific and, like, villain specific and that sort of stuff. But for now, I was like, okay, well, this is the one that I'm ready to do, so let's see if people like it. Let's see if people show up. But yeah, you guys are showing up in a way I did not anticipate before. So yeah, now I'm scared. So yes, this is my little agenda with my Calxiyn Cares Too Much bear. That one day she will be a sticker, but that is not today, unless maybe Edward will draw to this live stream. Oh, I did not tweet out that I'm going live. It's okay. Everybody who needs to be here is here. That's fine. All the real ones that have my notifications on. I didn't add everyone or anything. Bad YouTuber. Okay, so this is our agenda. Stream introduction, which I think we've introduced, okay? I think I've talked a lot. We're gonna talk about all this. This is everything that we're talking about today. What is a super objective pyramid, I hear you ask? Well, we'll talk about that too, because I mentioned it at the end of the I Want Song video, but I did not really explain all of it and what it was. So that's what I wanted to do. And this is obviously gonna be a back and forth discussion stream, so we will probably get, like, slightly off topic, like, you know, it's not a lecture. Please feel free to talk about your things. Fanfic story, yes, making characters fail does help, and it is more believable. Super objective, my beloved. I'm glad it's not just me, because really, like, when Dahlia taught me this actually changed my life. I'm not exaggerating. And so this kind of leads me into what will and will not happen in this stream, okay? First of all, I am not going to be like, and you can find out more in my book. There is no book. I'm not trying to get your money. You know, if you want to super chat and, like, leave me a tip, that's fine. But, like, there is no, and now you can buy my book for $100 and you'll get the secrets. Like, this is just us kind of, I said girl to girl, but I should have said all of us squirrel friends. You know, we're just gonna talk and have a good time as all of us, you know, all of us talking together, and me kind of sharing the stuff that I learned in school for free, but me not being the, like, oh guys, well, I'm the expert and I, like, made all this money selling the things. Like, yeah, exactly. We're not gatekeeping the knowledge, and yeah, I'm not selling you anything, and I'm not selling you anything, and I'm also, like, I'm not like, and if you do what I did, because I made $1 million, because if I made $1 million, I would probably still be doing this. I would just pay an editor. It's not a question asking chat. No, you guys can ask questions. There will be time for questions. Don't worry. You guys can ask as I explain things. I'm being reminded how much of a PowerPoint geek I was. I know, I was like, okay, I need to make a PowerPoint or else I will go crazy. So in that similar vein, I'm also not like, guys, if you follow my advice, you will be a successful author or whatever. This is just advice that I like to use, that I personally believe in, that I want to talk about because I like it so much. And from a hobbyist perspective of how to make your life easier and not give up on things. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't need to be about like, oh, well, I want to write so I can publish and make money. I think that for most of us, it's like we enjoy writing, but then sometimes we get stuck and then we get sad because we get stuck. And so again, in the realm of the stream and keeping it a little bit casual, it's just like, this is how I would talk to Hunter if Hunter was having a problem. I'm not gonna make this super academic and dry like we're in school. So I am gonna talk to the chat. Please feel free to chat. Who's worse, Warner Brothers or Disney? Well, I mean, I have personal experience dealing with Warner Brothers, so it depends on, like, what is the metric here? Like, what are we, you know, what are we doing? What are we dealing with? What I did see, and I'm like, I thought that this was really funny, was that lawsuit where Disney and a bunch of other companies are suing the AI output and, like, whatever. So I was like, you know what? The enemy of my enemy, in a sense. I was like, I think Warner Brothers is part of it. I was like, you go Warner Brothers and Disney, even though usually I would not be, you know, rooting for the big company. I'm like, yeah, in this case. Fuck the AI, right? Okay. I also write my own OCs and I want to learn from you. Well, I'm glad. I appreciate that, and I hope this helps, because this is the other thing, like, this can just be for fan fiction too. You know what I mean? If you're kind of neurotic like me and you take fanfic a little bit too seriously. Like, again, you don't need to be wanting to publish anything or a professional writer. It can just, we're gonna have a good time. So, what you will get in this stream though is learning things. Hopefully I explain them in an easy way. Having the ability to ask me questions as I'm talking, because in a regular YouTube video you guys wouldn't. Stuff that works for my brain, because I was sick of, like, misty tinkle woo-woo type stuff, which one of my teachers used that to basically explain, like, it's kind of like vibes, right? So misty tinkle woo-woo is kind of like in theater school when they made you pretend to be an ice cream cone. Like, that's, you know, that is the misty tinkle woo-woo sort of stuff. So, and yes, ask questions. A good argument, this may help with that. I would have to think about it. Oh, well, it will help with that. We'll talk about that, Nathan. Don't worry. So yeah, I think that you guys get the point, so don't worry. New phrase unlocked? Okay. Yes. So I want to talk about this first, because I feel like this is important. Can I get a informal poll about whether you guys, first of all, have you guys ever heard of, like, plotter versus Pancer? I thought it was planter for the longest time. It is not planter, and I'm kind of sad. I understand why it means what it means now, but I thought it was plant. Like, you plant stuff and you see what happens, versus a plotter who, like, organizes first. So yeah, let me know, first of all, have you guys ever been sorted into this situation, is what I'm saying. Like, has somebody ever told you, wow, you sound like a plotter? No. No. Yes, I've heard. Okay. I'm a Pancer. Okay, so most of you haven't, but Daisy is saying Pancer. That's what I thought it was too, but apparently it's Pancer. Can you tell me the best book to learn how to write characters and stories? Honestly, I would say it's reading books as opposed to, like, buying a writing book. That's also why I said, like, guys, I'm not selling you anything. Because I think reading and analyzing how the stories work is the best way to do it, and we'll talk about that. Okay, so let me talk about writing style being a myth. And maybe some of you guys will realize which one you are, but I also think that being one kind of doesn't exist. So everybody works differently, right? I really hate, like, oh, if you do things this way, you're not creative. If you do things this way, you'll never learn. Like, just a various sort of, like, if you do things the way that I don't want you to, the way that I don't want you to, if you do things differently than me, you will fail. Like, a lot of writing advice is a little bit like that, and very dramatic, of like, never do the thing, never plot, because if you plot, you'll get, like, stuck in your ways, and, like, maybe, but on the other end, some people are like, never Pancer, because you'll be unorganized and you'll never finish anything. And, like, again, yes, but I don't like talking in those sorts of absolutes of, you know, that one way or the... It's funny because people shit on both ways, and so that shows how subjective it is. You know what I mean? Because if it wasn't subjective, there would be sort of an objective, like, never do this. But you have, one side that says never plot, and then you have the other side that says never pants. And so I'm like, okay, but have you guys ever considered that maybe we're not supposed to, that this is like a spectrum and not a binary, and like, that's why nothing's working, you know? And that's why there's contradictory information, because it's about what works for you. So yeah, I think it's important to figure out what works for you, but I don't think that that is what you are. I think that it's more like what you're more likely to do when you run into problems, right? And so my little definition of Pancer on the bottom is flying by the seat of their pants. So people that may start with a line of dialogue and they sort of build out their story from the dialogue versus people that will plot first. So they may think, what's the conflict of this story? What's the plot? What's the world building? And that sort of thing, right? So I think the other thing is that people also get confused with plotter and pantser and then mesh that with instinct versus method. And I don't think that that's true either. Like, I think that method is just how us as human beings organize things, right? I think most of us write with a mixture of instinct and method, and we internalize method and then it becomes instinct. So I don't like the binary either of like, you either like you're a method person or an instinct person, because I'm like, man, it depends. Like, have you guys seen that meme? Like, people be saying things so definitively. Like, man, I think it depends. That's me. I think that it always depends. So, my little example down here is that some people will say a method writer knows about rule of 3. So they have their character go to the festival 3 times, right? Because they're like, oh, rule of 3 is a literary device that is used, and they learned that. Whereas an instinct writer will know instinctively because they've seen that rule in other things, and they won't necessarily have a name for it. They'll just be like, I'm gonna do this 3 times, right? So I'm bringing this up because I don't like rule of God. I don't like, and here's kind of like the scientific law, you know, I really think that it's detrimental to sort people into a category, basically, is what I'm saying. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think that everybody should probably figure out, like, which one are you, and then also figure out why, and then how the tools apply to your process is up to you. Like, some of you guys may want to use it at the beginning, some of you guys may want to use them to revise, but if you're a pantser, you're just gonna, you know, sort of do whatever you want and, like, figure it out later. So I'm gonna explain what works for me, but it's about figuring out, like, how it works for you. So now that you guys know what it is, okay, so Paperman is saying my autism brain feels like it has an easier time writing, planning out my main plot and character arcs. Yes, I agree. Like, I feel the same way too. So I'd like to see now that, like, we explained what it is, like, what you guys personally feel when you're writing and stuff like that. Like, what you guys feel you're more in the category in. So again, like, a pantser will sort of be like, ooh, I have this idea for a funny piece of dialogue, and, like, maybe it's a heist, right? And you write the heist scene out of just that one dialogue that came to you in a dream or something. Whereas a plotter may be like, okay, well, what do I want the story to be about? And then I can craft characters that fit the best in that story, right? I'm a plotter because I like being able to look back at my outline and going, that doesn't make sense. That's good. For the sake of this stream, that's good, because that's kind of what the tools that I'm talking about are going to be helpful for. I mean, they'll be helpful every way, but like I said, it's not law. Yeah, and I think it's about where you fall in the spectrum when you have an issue, right? For me, I do like to, like, take a piece of dialogue and, like, listen to the voices in my head and just sort of, like, write or whatever, but I will do that intermittently, like, sort of, you know, like, I, like, kind of, like, cycling out. Like, sometimes I'll plot a little, and then I'll just do whatever, and then I'll plot a little more, and then I'll do whatever, right? Waiting for you to cover Has Not Hotel. Okay, so yeah, you guys think that you're more Pancer. But yeah, basically, it, like, depends, right? And so that's kind of what I'm saying. It depends on a lot of stuff. That sounds like something from a lewd anime. That's why I said I thought it was plant. As in, you plant something and you see what happens, you see what grows. Yeah, I agree with you, Daisy. I feel like I'm more, like, sort of in the middle. Yeah, and plans getting thrown out the window, that's totally fine too, right? Like, that's a good mentality to have, like, not to hold on to your plans with your whole heart. Unless you realize your story is going into a direction that you don't like anymore, and then you have to go back to the plot, right? So it's about what you want to do anyway. And so if you want to throw your plans out the window, I think that that's a good thing. But if you're like, how do we get here? I hate this and I don't like it, then that may be a good time to go back. Yeah, exactly. It's it's the cycle. I think that most people work in the cycle, and then most people, again, I see it as it's what you do when you have a problem. So if you have a problem in your story and you're the person that's like, well, let's just write like a couple lines of dialogue or go to a dialogue generator and see what comes out and what the voices in your head tell you. Like that, I would say that you're the Pancer then. But if you go back to the plot and figure out what you were trying to do and where you were trying to go, maybe you're a plotter. But yeah, Aster, we talked about that earlier in terms of the pitfalls of both of them. But yeah, that's what I was explaining earlier. I was like, but here's my thing with that, is that there's writing discourse, I guess, on both sides about like, oh, being a plotter means you're not a real writer because writing should, you know, come from your heart in the misty tinkle woohoo, whatever. And then on the other side, people are like, oh, the Pancers are just doing bullshit and have no, like, and they have like loose ends and this and that, right? And so what I was saying earlier was if there's discourse about which one is right coming from both sides, I'm like, has no one ever considered that it may be a spectrum instead of a binary, that it's not supposed to be one is the objective right way? Because I see it, I've seen both of it, like never do this, right? And I think never do this, if you're saying never plot or never do plotting related things and then never do pants related things, I'm like, well, at this point, you're just telling everyone not to do anything. And so doesn't that seem like it doesn't make sense? And so yeah, I was talking earlier, I don't like how, especially a lot of writing advice YouTubers, they're like, well, this is the right way. And I'm like, maybe it's just what everybody wants to do and what works for them. Yeah. Yeah, I think in the middle, right? And it's in the middle in relation to what you need, right? If you need 1,000 pages of lore and you actually get stuff done, go for it, right? But if you do 1,000 pages of lore and then you get bored with your story because technically you've already written all of it, that's probably not a good idea. But yeah, exactly. Every writer is different, so that's what this slide was about. But I think that you guys... Was there anything else that I missed? You guys are saying you go through cycles. Yeah, because I do that too. I like to plan a little, and then I'll write a little, and then I'll plan a little more, and sort of like back and forth. But for me, when I have a problem, especially if it's oh shit, I don't know where we're going with this problem, I'll look back at what I was plotting, because that usually helps me figure out what the answer is, as opposed to just like writing dialogue and then the dialogue's not going anywhere. Okay. So I think now we can go. Okay, let's talk about this music is not very exciting. Hold on, let's switch that. We have little Genshin. I don't think anyone's noticed. It may be like really quiet and that's why. Because I have it a little low. I don't want it to be like super distracting. Okay, let's see. I do something called a skeleton. Yeah, skeletons I think are good. I tend to know the beginning and the end, it's always in the middle that stumps me. Yeah, some of this may help with the middle, but I think that's the problem that most people run into, is that they know where they want to go, but they forgot how to get there, or they don't know how to get there. Or maybe they're not getting there in the way that they thought that they were, and now they're scared. They don't know what to do. But yeah, you definitely will discover when you're writing things. Your plans will go out the window, so to speak. But yes, so now, with the Sumeru music going hard in the background, skeletons are good, especially if you have a crew of them. I like that. Okay, so this was in the video. I hope that all of you watched the video. I mean, it got 18,000 views and there's 30 of you here. So I'm sure that most of you, like at least probably 80% of you watched the I Want song video, because I thought it was fun. I'd like to do it again with villains, but we'll get there later. So this was the 4 pillars of the I Want song. And I think that this applies to pretty much everything. It doesn't need to be an I Want song. I talk about that in this video too, but it happens in the script and then also in the songs, right? What are skeletons? Like an outline, basically. So if you had like chapter 1, da-da-da-da-da, or something like that, or people may not skeleton even that much, it may be more like beginning, like rising action, like all of that stuff that you did in English class. 100 of those views are probably me. Well, I appreciate it, Bob. I'm glad. I have seen it. Good, yay! But yeah, let's go through these just in case, though, very quickly. So I'm gonna, well, let's use Aladdin, because he seems all right. I know we haven't gotten to Has-Been Hotel yet. We'll talk about them. We'll probably talk about them now. That's fine. Okay, so Unfairness for good old Aladdin. I'm sure that you guys know if you've seen the movie. He's poor. Like, that's the obstacle. Nobody sees him as more than just a street rat. He wants to be seen as more than that. Competence. This is like, again, not a single thing. It's like throughout the entire movie, you'll see his competencies. But say, for example, when he makes the deal with Jafar, he's willing to make a deal with this kind of seedy man, right? And go into the Cave of Wonders and try to get the lamp, to get what he wants, right? So that could be, like, that's a competency for Aladdin. Initiative. What must they sacrifice in order to have what they want for Aladdin? It's, well, it's a couple of things. At the beginning of the movie, I would say he's already sacrificed his reputation, because everybody treats him bad, and they're like, he's never gonna get married because he's a street rat and he's always up to trouble. Like, he's already sacrificed his reputation at the beginning of the movie. We didn't get to see that exactly, but we've seen the outcome of it. Later, what Aladdin is sacrificing is his honesty to Jasmine, and that's like the only thing, his integrity is the only thing he has left, and he's willing to sacrifice it, but then he realizes that that was a mistake. Likability, this is a hard thing to do, right? Because you can't really force people to like your characters, just like I can't force you guys to like me, right? But you can try to make sure that people don't hate them for the reasons why you don't want them to. Do you know what I mean? And so the way they did that with Aladdin was doing Save the Cat, where he's giving his bread to the orphans, right? So we know that he's not just a self-serving jerk. And that is something that, like, Maui, Kristoff, and, like, a couple other Disney men don't do very well. We don't get to see their Save the Cat. And Save the Cat is a very easy way to do it. There's other ways to do it, too. But Aladdin, I think, does it probably the best out of our little scoundrel characters, right? Yeah, I agree. I agree, Paperman. I think that he does Save the Cat really well. I'm pretty sure that all of the princesses do it at some point. Like you have, goodness gracious, you have Cinderella saving the mice. That's Save the Mice, not Save the Cat, but it's that's Save the Cat, because that's also what, first of all, makes us like Cinderella. You see that she's kind, but it's also to use later on to see why Cinderella is rewarded for her kindness, right? And they put, yeah, I steal only when I can't afford. So that's another way that they did it. What other ways are there? So for likability, it's also gonna depend on what kind of character you're writing, right? Because some characters are not very likable, like in some ways, but then in other ways they are. So like Sokka, I guess maybe a good example from Avatar. Some people think that Sokka's kind of insufferable, but he is sometimes funny. Like he has kind of an arrogant personality at the beginning, but he gets the jokes. So having a likable character, if you make them funny, if you make other characters like them, I think that that's something we talked about in the video too. Making other characters like them. In the musical theater context, it's also the characters bearing their heart and soul out to us. Like that's when we fall in love with Ariel and Belle. Like that's why we start to care about them, because they have that one-to-one connection. But if you're writing a story, I mean, I guess, unless it's first person, but I don't write in first person, so don't ask me about that. You're not usually gonna be like, hi, that's me, and here's what I want. Like, you're not gonna have the character talking to the reader that way, so that's a more unique musical theater convention, that the character can literally sit down in front of you and be like, here's what I want. Just like if I told you guys, like, as myself, like, guys, this is what I really want to happen, right? The stream will be available, don't worry, but good question. But yes. So those are some other ways that you can, because likable isn't necessarily relatable, but it might be relatable, right? If we see that, like, for example, Quasimodo doesn't fit in, but we don't need to be one-to-one with Quasimodo's life experience, right? Most people have been bullied, they'll understand that. And so I think that with relatability, a trap that a lot of people fall into is giving their characters quirks, almost, or, like, this character really likes video games, and, like, that's fine, but they do that because they want the like, it's almost like the Leonardo DiCaprio, the pointing meme. It's like, you there who likes video games, isn't this character so relatable now because they like something you like? And that's not a bad strategy, but it can be if that's the only thing that you do. I don't think that that's a very good idea, right? I didn't notice it was live chat. Wait, so you thought that this was a video? Damn, this would be a very unedited video. Okay. So I think we understand what these things are now, but I do talk about it more in that video. If you guys have questions about how to do any specific one, please ask, while I, think about this. So, okay, so this is, again, one of those things where do things however you want, but for me, I at least need to have a flexible idea of the idea of unfairness and need before I write a story or before I can, like, do anything because of the thesis of the story, you know what I mean? I usually have trouble because competency and initiative is like, that could be personality based. If there's a scenario where you're writing a story where the character is using brain over brawn, like, I guess like a Barbie Princess and the Popper moment, you kind of need to know how Princess Annalise is uniquely intelligent before you start writing, but for me anyway, I kind of, like, I'll leave that up to, you know, whatever I feel like, in a sense, and the unfairness and the need is what I need to figure out from the get-go, because how are you gonna figure out what the conflict is if you don't know what the obstacle in the character's way is? And the conflict is probably, you know, gonna be related to the plot of your story, right? So for me, I always need to know what is the unfairness that the character's going through, and then what does the character need before I even start writing? Because the other three things can be figured out as I start to get to know the character myself, and like I said, I know I hear their voices more clearly in my head and whatnot, right? I think I had an example down in my notes down there, like, you can have a Cinderella that is willing to steal something from the palace in exchange for a fancy gown to go to the ball, but it's hard to figure out the point of your story if you don't even know that Cinderella wants to go to the ball in the first place, right? So now I will look at what you guys are talking about. So is writing characters who love video games are bad? It's not bad, it's just like, if you're relying on only that thing to connect the audience to them. Like, don't rely on, like, the character's likes and dislikes to be what the to be what the audience gravitates to. What are the other three things? I'm a little late. Okay, so what I was saying was that unfairness and what does a character need are the things that I always try to figure out off the top, whereas competence, initiative, and likability, that's something that, again, if you're a more, I'm gonna start with a line of dialogue and see who the character is from there, that's something I think is more negotiable, unless you know that it's tied in with the themes. So the example I was using earlier was for a character that uses brain over brawn. If that's a theme of your story, you need to make them competent because they need to be the brain, right? They need to be the brain. Yeah, it's kind of like the quirky girl syndrome, exactly. I'm glad that you said that, Crab Legs, because you helped me segue better than I could have. Yeah, like, exactly, right? So, with Asha and Snow White, and I guess we'll put Charlie in here too, from Has-Been Hotel, they all have, like, different levels of absences of these 5 things, right? Specifically with Asha, the initial thing that kind of alienated a lot of people when the trailers for the movie were coming out, where, people were like, that doesn't seem that bad. Like, people were like, Magnifico doesn't seem like bad enough a guy. And that was a big mistake that Disney made because fairy tales fundamentally rely on a character being an underdog in like a fundamental sense of unfairness. And so even before people saw Wish, people were going, Asha is kind of being a brat and she's not, in enough danger, right? Like, she's not the underdog. She seems entitled, right? And so they failed on the idea of unfairness from the get-go. And that alienated, I think, some of the audience, right? The characters can have interest, but if the character is just their interest, they are weak on the writing aspect. Exactly. So it is better to, or at least I think, they have to, the character needs to connect with the audience in some way that is more about the human experience across, I think, for something to be timeless across time, as opposed to, like, just the surface level trait. Like, okay, let's use an example, because I think that this will help. So, if your character likes video games, that could just be like a fun fact of trivia. But if you want to put that into the story, it could be like your character is really passionate about being a computer programmer, about making video games, but their parents won't let them. Like, their parents want them to be a doctor and thinks that video games are stupid or something like that. And your main character has no one else to talk to about their passion. And so after school, they like sneak off to the library at like a coding seminar and they meet another person that loves the thing as much as they do, right? Because then it's not about the video games anymore, right? It's about how the character is treated in the world and finding someone that shares your same interests and like bonding over that and what that's like and like friendship. Stuff like that, you know? So that's what I would say. Not everything, like if you're like, my character likes hamburgers, that does not need to be like some deep-seated reason in the story, you know? But I think for some things it can be more helpful if you think about, well, when we tell the audience this, what are we building out of that, you know? If a character likes fairy tales, is it because they like to escape reality? Is it because their life is boring? So it can't just be, I like fairy tales. It needs to be, well, what does this, you know, thing that this person like that they like or don't like actually connect with their life? And like, how does this impact their life? Could you explain how initiative is different than competence? Yes, that is a good question. Okay, so Brandon Sanderson, oh my goodness. Brandon Sanderson calls this agency, but I didn't like that because agency gets a little confusing for people, I think, because, I mean, somebody in the chat asked earlier what happens when you have a static character or a passive character, so agency can really, like, fuck people up, and so that's why I renamed it. I'm like, expert Brandon Sanderson, you don't know what I know. You don't know what I know. Okay, so competence is something like Annalise from Barbie Princess and the Pauper is scientifically, like, talented, right? So she, can identify rocks, she loves science, she loves math, she would rather be in her library reading science books all day, right? So that's her competence in a kind of a surface level way, and then what are they willing to do to get what they want is their competence in terms of, like, relation to the story. You know what I mean? So what Annalise is willing to do, is, probably not the best example, because she gets kidnapped, so we don't know what she's willing to do, because she has to, you know, she has to save her life and get out of there. But I guess to talk about Erica, what Erica's competency is she's a performer, right? And so she is willing to pretend to be Annalise to help Annalise. So that's how a character's competency can tie into what are they willing to do to get what they want. So Erica is willing to, like, play pretend, to basically commit a treason, right? Because it is treason to pretend to be the princess. That's not legal, right? So she's willing to break the law and commit crime and be in disguise to save her friend, right? What initiative is, to me, is, the character may not know the outcome, but are they willing to go for it anyway? So I would say that initiative is, if we're talking about, like, you know, a stat bar, if you have 10 initiative, that means you are really willing to, like, run into danger without thinking about the consequences. Where someone with less initiative may think a little bit more. They may be like, I don't know, I feel like that we have to plan all this out, because if I'm gonna sacrifice something, it needs to be kind of concrete and, like, foolproof, you know? So if you jump into action without thinking, because you're, say for example, you are willing to, like, take a bullet for your partner, right? Even if you may die. That's like a high initiative because you're willing to sacrifice your own life for that person. But, like, someone with a bit lower initiative may be like, okay, well, let's think about this. Does my partner have a bulletproof vest? Does my partner have super speed and they can get away? So it's, I think impulsive may also be a good word. Yeah, I think that Marinette from Miraculous is a good example. Like, Marinette is like, she's there. She's willing to jump in, kind of not knowing what the situation is. She's willing to put herself in danger. Whereas someone like Adrian, he's still a superhero, right? But I think that he's a bit more like, okay, well, let's think about this first. Let's survey the situation, especially Adrian in his real life as Adrian. He's not the one to, like, take initiative right away, especially because he knows that he can get him in trouble because of his father and stuff like that, right? So yes, in the context of, like, Aladdin, because we used that example earlier, let's say that Competence is Aladdin is willing to lie to people, right? Like at the street vendor when he lies, about, oh, Jasmine is, like, his sister and she's out of it or whatever, right? Initiative is how quickly Aladdin assesses the situation and is able to throw out his competency. And I'm glad that we're talking about this now, because the super objective pyramid will help with this. Like, understanding, like, how much initiative do your characters have and what are they willing to do and how quickly are they willing to do it. So for Aladdin, what must they sacrifice? Just in that scene, right? Let's do it on a scene basis. He was willing to get into trouble, right? To protect Jasmine in that moment. Now, he probably thought that they were gonna get away with it, right? So that weighs into it. But he was willing to take the risk for someone he didn't know. So he's using his competency, which is his skill at lying and kind of, you know, fooling people and his little trickery, right? His wit. And then the initiative is how quickly he's able to jump, right? How he's able to jump into action. So I hope that that made sense, because I'm like, I forgot where I was for a minute. I'm like, where am I? What am I doing again? I probably shouldn't say that. But yeah, I just started talking and I was like, where am I? Okay. Yes, characters will build initiative over time. So that's another thing, right? You can have a character with really low initiative, and then the lesson they learn throughout the story is taking more initiative, right? Competence is a big one, though, usually. Usually a lot of main characters will have high unfairness, high initiative, then the pillar is like, that's kind of a binary thing, like it's either like we know what they need or we don't know, right? They'll have high unfairness, high initiative, high likability, but then they'll be kind of incompetent. And so Aang, right, from Avatar The Last Airbender, like, he does not know how to use his powers. He has no competence, but he has a lot of initiative. He wants to go out there and try, right? So you can do it the other way, too, where the character is, like, very smart, but they need to, like, learn how to come into their own, right? Pocahontas, all the way up. I think that was about initiative. Yeah, Pocahontas, like, she is not assessing anything. Like, she's not looking into what she's getting into. She's just jumping in and she's figuring it out afterward, right? The neurodivergent experience of where am I? Yeah, I know. I was just like, am I on Discord? I just like totally blanked. I was like, where am I again? But yeah, I think that we probably understand this. Oh, but I should say, people mistake character goals with character needs. Wanting to save the world is not a motivation. Wanting to save the world is not a motivation. It is a goal. And it drives me bananas. And that is our biggest problem, I would say, with Snow White in the remake, Asha, and even Charlie from Hazbin Hotel. Charlie's like, I want to save the world, and I'm like, why? And I talk about this in the video where I talk about Charlie's I Want song a little more. But I feel like that, like, we should reiterate it again. And, like, one day we need to, like, circle back to, like, how Hazbin Hotel did not address this at all. But it would have been so easy. It would have been so easy if she was like, I want to save the world because I want to prove that my father's way of thinking wasn't crazy. And, like, he believed the people in hell could be redeemed once. And so I want to show him that he was not crazy, that he was right, and my mom was wrong. Like, it would have been so easy to give her that need. And then that need a bit more broadly could have been, like, legacy and, like, validation and stuff like that, right? But Charlie doesn't do anything. She's just like, I have a goal, but like, why? Is it daddy issues? Like, that would have been the easiest thing to do, right? So, like, they all have goals, but they don't have personal motivations behind the goal. Exactly, like, why do you want to save the world? And I think I said this at the end of the video, but I'm not saying that people are inherently selfish, right? I'm not trying to be like, the world is dark and cynical, because I don't think that that's true, but I think that we all have reasons for doing things. Even the most, like, saintly person is still helping someone because it gives them the little warm fuzzies inside. Like, you know what I mean? I think that we all do things for still a reason. Even if it's an absence, if that makes sense. Like, for example, I may not want to see someone sad, so I cheer them up. You know what I mean? And so there's a self-serving kind of motivation of like, oh, your sadness, like, is making me, like, feel afraid or something. Like, the way that you're being sad right now, like, I can't bear to see you so upset because I care about you so much, like, something like that, you know what I mean? And so you cheering them up, it's not selfish, but there's always, like, deep down, I think, in your subconscious or in your heart or something, there's always, like, a reason for, psychologically, for the things that we do. There is never no reason, basically. There may be a very altruistic reason, but there's never no reason. You know what I mean? Even something like, this may be a good example, too, like Katniss volunteering in the Hunger Games, right? There's a selfish motivation for that, in a sense, which is that she can't bear to see her sister go into the Hunger Games. And people get a little hung up because it's like, oh, but that's not what selfish means, right? But in the context of a story, it's personal, right? It serves the self, even if it's not how we usually see self-serving, which is like manipulative and whatever. It's not manipulative, but there's a something that serves Katniss's inner world. Exactly. There's always a desire for self somehow. Even if, you know, you want to make everyone else happy because you want to live around happy people, right? Like, that is still something that you can, that's something that you still benefit from. We all benefit, I hope. I hope that we all want to help each other because we all benefit when we see each other succeed, you know what I mean? And so, real life is complicated, but stories are not. You can't have a story just being, like, just living the life. You know, can the need be simply staying alive? Well, here's the complicated thing about that when we talk about needs, though, Kimmy, is that what happens to that character when they're not like, in immediate danger, right? And so I think that even staying alive is a goal, whereas what you stay alive for is what you need. So you need to stay alive because you have a dream that you want to fulfill. You need to stay alive because of your cat, right? So I think that, like, that gets tricky because you have to think about need in terms of, like, even if the character wasn't in a life or death situation, what do they still need out of life? And so if your character only needs to stay alive, that could be a problem, though, that, like, or not a problem, that could be something that your character investigates, though. Like, in themselves, like, that they've been trying to stay alive for so long that it's just out of habit and they don't even know what they're trying to stay alive for. Do you know what I mean? So I think that that's something that you could definitely, like, have as a flaw almost. And then you find out, like, at the end, they find out that they need family and they need love and friendship and community and, you know, all of that stuff, right? Rational selfishness. Yeah, maybe. It might be. I'm gonna take a drink. I'm dying, oh my god. What was that? Would a character persevering through a harsh environment and fights the urge to be cynical count as initiative? Yeah, like, I think initiative is basically, like, those things are murky, right? You know, how you answer the questions and what falls underneath the questions could be, like, different for you than it is for me. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't need to be, like, absolutely this files under this thing. This is more, like, for you guys to, like, think about at least what the question sparks in you as you're thinking about your characters, right? So it doesn't need to be a hard, fast, like, some people may see... Let me think about this. I'm trying to think of another character. Save Miraculous Ladybug? Oh dear. Oh man, I used to be a Miraculous Ladybug reaction channel, I know. I'm like morbidly curious about the show. I'm just so busy lately that I don't even know if I'll have time to do reactions anymore. Like, at this point, it's also just a matter of time. Ooh. I'm trying to think of a character example where I'm like, how could competence and initiative get confusing? Like, what's a good example where it might be like, it's kind of like choose your choice and it's whatever you feel like. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I would have to think about it more. But yeah, I see competencies as more like, there's your character's good with a sword, your character's good with words, your character is, they are uniquely smart maybe in some way. Again, like, they have intelligence, in a certain, like, subject or something like that. With Aladdin, it's wit. With what? Well, not just Miraculous Ladybug. It was Miraculous, it was Ruby, it was a bunch of, like, different stuff. But yeah. So, yeah, I used to react to Miraculous and a bunch of other things. My little investigation music. Thank you, Genshin Impact, but I'm gonna skip to the spring song. Okay. Adora from She-Ra? Here's the problem, I don't remember. I don't remember She-Ra well enough. I think the summary of writing stories or characters is that everything needs to be connected with the story, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that, again, not like their blood type doesn't need to be. If you really like, you know, having little trivia about your characters and stuff, like, the character's blood type doesn't really need to be, like, have a reason. But I think that most things do have a reason. And it'll be helpful if most things that you choose have a reason, because then it won't feel like, oh, I gave this character this trait and they never use it, why did I do that? Or the alternative of, like, oh, I have this character and they're, like, completely useless and now we're at a dead end, right? Competence and initiative might be confusing if the competence results in a sacrifice. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's where we can start to get a little bit murky. But, like, the competence to me is the ability to to choose, I guess, like what you're going to do when you jump into that situation, and then initiative is like, how likely are you to jump into the situation and why? And also, when you guys think about these things, I would encourage you to think about this on like a whole kind of character basis, but then a scene-by-scene basis too. So, unfairness for like the entirety of Cinderella could be, or is, I should say, is her situation with the stepsisters and everything, right, and Lady Tremaine. But temporarily, when Lady Tremaine locks Cinderella in her room, that's like a scene-by-scene unfairness, right? That doesn't go through the entire story. That's unfairness in a scene that stems from like the unfairness throughout the narrative, right? So I'd encourage you guys to think about it like for the scene, but then also for like the story as a whole. And we'll talk about how to do that, with the pyramid, because I think that'll help. Competence is the toolbox. Initiative is when or how they choose to use the toolbox. I like that. And that fits really nicely with what I'm saying. Yeah, it can help if you want to use, Chad is just asking, like, character, blood types, or MBTI to help with figuring out flaws or personality. Yeah, you could do that. I know some people, like, they really try to embody the character in their heart and then fill out quizzes like that. I think that that's fun. It's whatever works for you, right? I personally don't find myself doing that often, but I have heard people do that. Okay. So this is what the beef of the stream is. Like, if everything else was like the bread and like the lettuce on the hamburger, this is like the meat of the hamburger. I think. Let me just make sure everything's okay. You guys are getting an ad, so I may try to like kind of wait until the cow is dying. Oh, that was a couple minutes ago. I'm not dying anymore, I don't think. Revive? Uh-oh. Are you guys okay, or was it because of the ad? I love your silly bear. Thank you. Eventually I want to, like, put her on, like, stickers and stuff. Yeah, Edward is still working on it. I love the PowerPoint, thank you. It was very nerdy, and I was like, I don't remember how to make a PowerPoint anymore and have it look nice. And so I'm like, part of me is like, this is so ugly, but then I'm like, you know what? I think that it looks nice mostly. Like this slide, I think this is a nice little slide, you know? Okay. This is where things are gonna get interesting, because I did not explain this at all in the video. Hold on, guys, let me just poke my eyes out. I didn't get an ad. You guys will get them all at varying times. Like, not everyone gets an ad at the same time. This is actually not supposed to be my persona, guys. This is supposed to be, like, the audience representative of you. Like, this is supposed to be you guys. Like, not that this one is all of you guys, but this is, like, the Care Bear leader of, like, if all of you guys had your own persona. So, really, what's happening is I'm turning you into a furry. I'm turning all of you into furries. Okay. Super objective pyramid. This is where... If this is what's gonna be interesting, right? This is where all of the pillars get sorted into the pyramid, technically, right? Like, this is how you can decide, like, figure out what the competencies and the initiative and the likability and all that stuff is. Our persona? Yeah. If I was a miraculous hero, which miraculous? I think I'd want to do the illusions one. I'm already a furry. Yeah, I mean, you guys could probably customize your personas to your liking. Okay, this Genshin music is a little too relaxing right now. I want something with energy, but that isn't, like, too distracting, if that makes sense. Let's go back to Mondstadt. That may help. Okay. Oh, well, not that song. Knights of Favonius, please? Hello? Okay, that's better. Okay. Furries. Not furries. We're talking about the pyramid. I love talking with you guys. I'm so happy I decided to stream this today. Like, I'm, like, having a great time. I was so scared. And now I'm having so much fun. Okay. So this is where, kind of, these two concepts overlap. So even though I like the Pillars of the I Want song, if you don't want to use this pillar exactly, you kind of don't have to, because these things will kind of get like filtered into this pyramid, okay? So what is the pyramid? Dahlia, who was one of my teachers at school, taught me this pyramid, and this is, or at least it was, used in a more acting school of thought sort of way. Like Stanislavski uses this situation, but he used it as like a linear a linear line of like, oh god, I can't even remember what it is anymore. Like his version of it is like scene, objective, super objective, like something like that. It's like a line, but Dahlia made it into a pyramid, and she also added stuff, and I'm like, this makes so much more sense. This was the thing that I was like, oh my god, this changed my life forever, from the acting perspective, from the writing perspective. So let's talk about it, okay? So, at the top, because we already talked about the other thing, this should be easier now. So, the super objective is the character's life purpose before the story even begins. At least that's my definition of it. So, for example, some easy ones, because I think almost every Disney movie has this exact same objective, even though in other things it may be different, is Ariel. Ariel wants to be understood. She wants to be loved. She wants to be accepted. She wants to belong somewhere. And so that is her super objective. Before the story even starts, before Eric is even there, it doesn't matter. She's gonna want that regardless. Eric is something that helps to fulfill that, which is where this chart becomes really helpful, I think, and like important to use. I can't hear anything. Ah. There we go. Okay. You guys are still talking about Miraculous, oh no. But yeah, so that's a super objective. I think that we know this, though. Like, most of us have got this. Where things start to get confusing is when we talk about all the other ones. So, the objective. The character's goal from scene to scene, which serves their ultimate objective, right? So, in terms of that, this is a bit harder sometimes. For people to understand, like, the scene-to-scene thing. So, every scene is a conflict. Even if the characters are getting along and not actually arguing, there is a background conflict. At least that's what we were taught in the context of acting. But I think it's also true. I think it's true in the case of any kind of storytelling, too. Like, I think it's true across the board is basically what I'm saying. But like, in an actor sense, that's what we were always told was like, every scene is an argument. But you're not really arguing, you're just fighting for what you want as the character. And it may not be a fight like with the other character, you may be fighting to get them to work with you, and then you work together, and it's not a fight anymore. It's like a battle against the invisible force of trying to get what you want. Yeah, I had to take a drink, sorry guys. I hear like, I have the window open and I'm like, is the entire street getting a character lesson? You guys didn't even know there was a window back there, did you? So many people commented on my stream the other day when I went up there to close the window, and people were like, there's a window? And I'm like, yeah, or else I'd die. If there was a fire, there needs to be a way out. Anyway, okay, scene-to-scene objective, right? Ariel exploring the sunken ship. That is an activity, I guess you could say, but the objective of collecting the human things from the ship fits into the super objective of her wanting to belong somewhere, right? And wanting to be understood. She thinks that by understanding the humans, one day when she goes up there, they will understand her in a sense, right? Like, those two things, the objective is feeding in to the other one, right? Her fascination with humans, and this idea that I think, oh, well, there's a place that I could belong. Yes, Ariel chooses to protect Flounder. That's very important. That's another, if we're talking about Save the Cat, That's another save the cat, that Ariel doesn't abandon Flounder. If she abandoned Flounder, we would like her a lot less. The fact that she chooses to protect Flounder is a good save the cat tactic situation. Not tactic like these tactics, like just a tactic as a writer, right? So, yeah. If you guys have any questions about other characters and their objectives, and their super objectives, now may be a good time to ask. But this is where, again, Hazbin Hotel and Wish and Moana 2 and Snow White, they all fall apart to varying degrees because, like, for Snow White, she says, I guess, she wants to be her father's daughter, which could be her life purpose, like to carry on the legacy and be a ruler, I suppose, right? But then the movie doesn't really follow up on that in the way that you'd think that it's supposed to, especially for Waiting on a Wish and how Ariel, for how Snow White is like, oh, I want to be my father's daughter, I guess I suck. Right? When we're all expecting Waiting on a Wish to go, oh, I want to be my father's daughter, I'm gonna go do something that, like, my father would approve of, right? All of that stuff. So that's, Snow White technically has a super objective, it's just that the story does not make her behavior scene to scene care about that, because they're too focused on sticking to the original, like, Snow White as it happened. And so that's, I think, where the conflict comes in, is that they gave her a new purpose, but then she didn't do, like, the goals from scene to scene do not file into that purpose, so that doesn't make sense. With Asha, it's the opposite, where she has a clear goal. She wants to free the wishes from Magnifico, but she doesn't know why. We don't know why. It would have been so easy if they were like, this was my father's legacy. My father believed in the natural wishing on the stars, and, like, this is how people are supposed to live, and whatever, and her life purpose was, again, carrying on that legacy. I also toyed around with, like, yeah, Magnifico killed Asha's father, because that's what happens to, like, intellectuals in dictatorships. Magnifico killed her father because Asha's father figured out too much about the stars and Magnifico wants to stay in control, right? So Asha, that could also be an avenging my father in a way. Not in a revenge, we're gonna go kill Magnifico type way, but that could be avenging him in a more spiritual, right, like fulfilling his goal, which was to tell people the truth and whatnot. But I think the easiest life purpose is love and acceptance and all that stuff, because most of us, I think most of us also want that. Yeah, exactly. I've also, yeah, crab legs, I've talked about this in the I Want Song video, but I think that's a big problem right now. I think that that's the problem that a lot of writers, like, for Disney and other things, especially when it comes to writing women, they're like, but women can't be selfish or we'll make a bad role model for children. And I'm like, I guess Ariel from, like, Bad Faith, you know, whatever, BuzzFeed bullshit, like, feminism, got flack for being selfish and abandoning her family and all of that stuff. But, like, that was never in good faith to begin with. You didn't know that King Magnifico killed Asha's father? No, that didn't happen. I just made that up. You're so creative and smart and pretty, thank you. Someone on TikTok commented and they were like, body tea? And I was like, what does that mean? What are they saying, body tea? No, guys, that was my rewrite. No, guys, it's not true. I'm saying, like, they could have done that. They could have, like, Magnifico, that's what I thought was gonna happen. That's what I thought the entire movie was building up to. I was like, okay, clearly Magnifico killed Asha's father, right? They keep talking about how Magnifico and the dad knew each other, so it's gonna get revealed that he killed him, right? Isn't it? And then it never happened, and I was like, what the fuck? That's a good example of, like, plotting, payoff, right? Plotting progress payoff, which maybe I'll do an entire stream just about that. That's like the thing about Wish, is that it planted things and then the things didn't go anywhere. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean you're making a big deal about how Magnifico knew Asha's dad and he didn't kill him? Like, it didn't feel like there's an expectation, right? Especially when you're playing with fairy tales and you're playing with tropes and stuff, and you can subvert expectations, but there comes a point where if you do things and don't follow up on them, even following up to subvert them, the audience will feel betrayed by you. And so you do have to acknowledge the expectations the audience will have. Whether you fulfill them or subvert them, you need to know that they exist, basically. And that's not to say that the audience should control your story or something like that, but you need to recognize that if you have something like that in a fairy tale story where people have certain expectations, that you need to, like, come back to that eventually and address that. Because that's my biggest pet peeve. You know what I remember? Oh my god. I watched Beastars, right? I love Beastars. My little legacy. Can you guys see? Hold on. Let me see. Where is he? He's back there? My legacy's right there, okay? You guys see Legacy? He's on the stand. Yeah, it's kind of like a Chekhov's gun sort of thing, right? So, I love Beastars, right? But Beastars starts with a murder, okay? And so I'm going into the show and I'm like, okay, this is great, but when are we gonna talk about the murder? And people, because this was on my reaction channel, had to tell me, Cal, they're not talking about that murder until season 2. Okay? And in my mind, I still love Beastars, but that was a very bad thing for them to do, to introduce a murder happening at the school and then not follow up on it for 8 episodes, because if I was in the vacuum, right, if I had no one to talk to, I'd be going, okay, so what about that murder all the way through the show, and I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it. Like, I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself. It was only because of the YouTube audience telling me, not right now, that I was able to, like, put that out of my mind. But there are gonna be some things that if you do them, like having a dead parent that apparently knew the Tyrant King, right, that people are gonna be like, okay, are we ever gonna circle back to that? And if you don't, your readers kind of, they'll hate you a little, sometimes. They'll hate you a little bit. Oh boy, sorry. I was ranting and I don't know if you guys had a question. Oh, Belle. Somebody said about Belle. Belle has a very clear, and for once it might be grand, to have someone understand. So Belle also falls in to super objective, wanting to be understood by people, right? So let's imagine, like, let's go to the scene where Belle is sacrificing herself for her father. Some of you guys may be wondering, like, Cal, does that really fit in with Belle's life purpose of wanting to be understood? But here's how I see something like that, because a lot of people may be like, well, in a meta way, she has to stay at the castle because the beast is gonna be the person that understands her and she doesn't know it yet. But from a character perspective, Belle is protecting the one person that understands her father, right? And so if he died, there would be no one left who, like, loves her or understands her anymore. So even though some people may be like, oh, that's contrived, right? I don't actually think it's that contrived when you think about it, like, in terms of how it fits into this pyramid. Because where it comes from is not wanting to lose the only person that understands you and that loves you. And I think that Belle, it makes her feel less alone in the world, even though that they're apart, to know that her father is out there somewhere and still alive. Yeah. Yeah, she's willing to sacrifice herself and her dreams for his safety, but dreams are different from super objectives. So even though the character, because characters don't know about all this, right? Like, this is a tool for writers. You know what I mean? Like, this is a tool that writers are using. So characters are not, like, they don't know. Like, they don't know about all that, right? About what their super objective is. So from Belle's perspective, she's sacrificing her dream. But from a writing perspective, she's not really sacrificing her objective. You know what I mean? Like, she's protecting the one person that, like, loves her and has, you know, sacrificed everything for her, right? She's sacrificing ever knowing that people will understand it for the sake of her father, because she thinks no one at the castle will understand her. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, characters can also be, this is a good note too, right? Sometimes characters can do things that do go against their super objective and their objective if they have no other choice, right? And so you could interpret Belle either way. Basically, you could say this actually fits in with her pyramid, or we're gonna talk about an anti, or like a nightmare pyramid later, you could actually say that in that moment, she had to give it up, and like she lost hope, and she doesn't think that her super objective is ever gonna come true, but then eventually, obviously, it does. And so that's where the negative thing will come into play, but that's more about like how you interpret it. But what this pyramid can help with, and then the opposite one that we'll talk about, is they didn't fucking say that, right? Like, we've probably all read a fan fiction where it's like, that person does not talk that way, that person would never do this, and that's one of the things that this tends to help with, is characters not acting as they would, especially, again, in a fanfic where the character has a show counterpart, like, and we wonder why they're out of character, and it's because I'm like, so for example, Ruby, when I'm reading a Roman, like, a fanfiction, you know, like when I'm reading a Ruby fanfiction and Roman, like, doesn't care about Neo, that's a, like, you wouldn't fucking say that, like, moment, because in the book, like, Roman is willing to, like, sacrifice his life for Neo after, like, you know, 5 months of knowing her, right? So, yeah, like, that's kind of you wouldn't fucking say that because it goes against, and again, fanfiction is fanfiction. If you want to change things, that's fine. But, like, for keeping your own characters consistent, think about fanfiction and think about when it's pissed you off and make sure that you don't do that. That you don't do that to people. Without justification, basically, because characters can act outside of this pyramid and out of character, but you just need to, like, as the writer, you have to kind of subconsciously answer the reader's questions why. And again, it doesn't need to be the character looks into the camera and is like, well, because of my childhood trauma, I did something out of character. You know what I mean? You're responsible for trying to convey that in, like, the subtext, so. Okay, yeah, somebody asked about Belle, and how Belle fits into this. Which is a good question, because Belle has, like, the shortest lyric ever in terms of, like, what her super objective is. In terms of characters that don't have love and acceptance, right, it's a little bit difficult in terms of Disney, because I'm pretty sure that every Disney protagonist does. Like, I can't think of someone who doesn't. Except for maybe Pocahontas? Is Bob still here? Because I'd like to ask what he thinks, because he just made a Pocahontas video that I haven't watched yet, but I'm sure it's, I'll vouch, I'll vouch, on Bob's reputation that I'm sure that it's, good, right? So, yeah, I guess the only character that I would think doesn't fall into that is maybe Pocahontas, but at the same time, she wants someone who wants adventure as much as she does. So no, I think even Pocahontas would fall into it. Basically, what I'm trying to think of is a character who wants, like, power as opposed to, like, friendship and love and all those good things. But it's not as common, I'd say, especially for the media that we're talking about, like musicals and, like, you know, animation and stuff like that. Like, the first character that comes to mind when I'm like, whose character's life purpose is, like, kind of evil, but they're the main character, you know? Like, Lelouch from Death Note. Death Note? Oh my god, sorry! Lelouch from Code Geass! He says that his goal is to make a world where Nonali can be happy, which is his sister, and his sister was, or I guess is disabled because of an attack on his family, and so Lelouch gets revenge on the rest of the royal family. So I guess you could say Lelouch's life purpose in that sense is to, like, dismantle the system. But then you wonder, like, okay, well, after the story is done, what happens to that character if they successfully did the thing? You could say that it's to maintain, now it's a maintaining thing as opposed to a, taking it down sort of thing. It's like to maintain the ideal world, right? Power? What kind of power? Yeah, like, it depends, Does Snow White want power? I would say that Snow White in 2025 wants to maintain legacy. Like, I would say legacy over power, if that makes sense. But But yeah, the only thing I can think of is like Lelouch and his, you know, wanting to basically destroy the royal family. And so I guess like after the events of Code Geass, you could say that his super objective is to make sure that such a thing never happens again. Like, you know what I mean? So now it's a maintaining of the status quo as opposed to changing the status quo. If you haven't talked about super tactics, yes, okay, so we will talk about that because I feel like that we are good on the first two. But there's gonna be question period at the end too, so if anybody came in late or like in and out, like, you know, feel free. Cusco is interesting because I don't remember Emperor's New Groove well enough. So, I can't tell you. I have a feeling, though, that Cusco wants to be treated as, like, a normal person and doesn't know it yet because, like, his parents are dead. So maybe it's, like, daddy issues for Cusco and, like, Pacha is, like, kind of, like, now his father or, like, his one real friend or something. That's what I would think about Cusco, maybe. What do you mean by super objective? So, that's, like, the overarching, like, kind of, like, what's in the character's heart and soul, right? So for Ariel, it would be, like, to be loved, to be accepted. Quasimodo falls into that too. And then the objective is just scene to scene, how is the character's behavior trying to secure their super objective. So for Quasimodo, if he wants to be accepted, the only way to know whether or not he'll be accepted is to go outside. So an objective is go outside. The super objective is why we're going outside. But yeah, so super tactics, this is where we get into, like, some fun things because, again, this is kind of a choose your choice. You guys may define these things differently, but here's how I define a super tactic. And I have a blank pyramid, so what we're gonna do after we talk about this is we are going to pick a character and fill this out. So be sure you're paying attention. So super tactics are the overview of the tactics the character will use and why. So I'm gonna choose an evil character, a bad guy, because I think that would be the easiest way to explain this. So for example, Neo from Ruby, alright? I would say that for her super tactics, it is deceit, right? Neo is willing to deceive people, and that's a super tactic. Now, we deceive people, as if we're out there committing crimes, but like, we deceive people in a lot of human beings, I'm using the human being we, in a lot of different ways. So that is the tactic, right? So if the super tactic is deceiving people, how do we deceive people? We can deceive people by pretending to be someone else. We can deceive people by, pretending that we're someone we're not, which is different. So like pretending to be someone else as in stealing, we can steal someone's identity. We can pretend to be like a whole new person. We can make a new identity, okay? We can just tell a lie, right? That's a way of deceit. We can just lie. We can just lie to people. We can, forge things. Like we can do forgery. Right? We can make fake things to make our story more oh my god. Credible, sorry. So super tactic, one of them could be deceit, okay? And then under that, you have stealing someone's identity. The action is whose identity did we steal? Right? So that's how the pyramid works, basically. If you think about it from the bottom, say, again, let's talk about Ruby. Neo pretends to be Oscar. That's the action. She specifically pretends to be Oscar, okay? The tactic is using her semblance to make herself look like someone else, right? The super tactic is deceit. So there are other ways to deceive people in the tactics bin, right? But in the tactics bin, there's using the semblance to look like someone else, and then the action is who Neo decides to look like. So I hope that all makes sense. I think that villains may need to be a different stream, because they apply to this pyramid, but they apply, I think, to the negative pyramid more, and so, basically, like, instead of, positive and negative, I think that an easier way to think about it is desire or fear. And so we will talk about Mother Gothel. But I think, like, you can do kind of a morally gray character in here too, and it should still work. But I think that villains really rely, we're gonna talk about this one after we're done. But yeah, so that's how the pyramid works. I hope that that all makes sense, because this is what, like, a lot of people wanted me to explain this in the I Want Song video, and then I never got to it because the I Want Song video kind of wasn't really about that. Let me see. Pyramid for villains. It wouldn't be villain specific, but we'll talk about how villains kind of works different than heroes sometimes. Like, in this framework, I mean. Yeah, I think all characters can fit in both pyramids, basically. But what the villains rely on is sometimes more like what villains rely on is the more, the fear pyramid. They may think about fear more and how they're afraid of bad things happening to them, you know what I mean? Whereas Ariel, I would say she's acting kind of more out of desire most of the time, not fear, right? Yeah, super tactics is the umbrella of what they can do. The tactic is like the more specific thing that they can do, and then the action is like in the moment, what are we doing, right? I think the Neo one is a good example because like tactic is like using your semblance to turn into another person, but the action is the person that you turn into. And so I really like this. I feel like that this helps me, in my mind, understand what especially for fanfiction, right? Because obviously, writing your own original stuff is a good idea. You should do it. But for most of us that are working, like professionals, we are mostly working in someone else's toolbox, you know? Like, I have a lot of, like, friends that are writers, right, that have written for different things, like Ruby, right, for example. And so most of the work that you are gonna get, like, just to talk about it in a professional context, if you guys feel like it, like, most of the work that you're gonna get as a professional is not going to be original work. And so even though I think that there's a lot of value in making sure to work on your original stuff, I do caution against the idea of thinking like, oh, but you can only, right? Again, only, never, like kind of blanket statements about it, because you do need to learn how to use other people's characters, especially if you want to get work, because you're not working on your own original IP like 99% of the time. Even for songwriting, really, you're not. Like, I work on my own ideas because I have money, right? Because I can pay for my own songs. But like, all of the jobs I've gotten are writing other people's ideas. And sometimes it's with characters that are very established already, and there's not really a lot of room for deviation, right? What does the orange box say? I'm on mobile? Oh no, it says objective. The character's goal from scene to scene, which serves the ultimate objective. Yeah, Wish is a very nice, toolbox, like, or I guess, an easy environment to work in. It's a nice, practice, I should say. Because, like, the characters have so much potential and no one did anything in the actual movie. I mean, I do think that rewriting stuff should come from, like, your heart, you know what I mean? As opposed to, like, this thing sucks and I'm gonna try to fix it and I'm gonna try to do better. Like, there's only so far that spite will take you. You have to really, like, love the thing in your heart. I mean, that's why I do Wish rewrites and the Snow White rewrites, because I feel genuinely passionate about it in, like, my soul and, you know, whatever. But, like, that's why I didn't talk about Princess Problems, because I was like, I do not feel passionate about you. I'm very mad. So I elected not to do that. But yeah. Obviously, original stuff, you should do it. It's good for you. But I know a lot of you guys are like, there's kind of like a divide in here. Like, some of you guys I know are professionals, like Bob, if he's still here. I'm just shouting him, like, I'm like, hello, Bob, are you still there? When I was talking about Pocahontas. But like, some of you guys are professionals like Bob, and I know Aster was here earlier too. And then some of you guys are hobbyists, so I'm trying to like make sure I cover both things. So like for hobbyists, kind of like just write your fan fiction. If that's like the little thing you do in your spare time. You do not need to be a master at a hobby. You do not need to monetize a hobby. Stop monetizing your hobbies. Relax. Let yourself just have fun. This will not be edited, but it will be up. Like, it'll still be here. Okay. So here's what I want to do right now. Okay. Oopsie. Did this work? Yes. You guys can I'm kind of exposed and you guys can see my other PowerPoint slides, but I feel like that's fine. I don't think that there's any personal information on this screen. I'm gonna make this a little bigger though, and then we'll have to fix it later, okay? Okay, so I should have planned for this better, a little, but here's what I wanna do. We're gonna fill the pyramid, okay? So you guys pick the character. I know we've already talked about a couple Disney characters. Pick a good character, though. Like, don't pick Asha, because we already know that, like, she's not... Or, I guess we can technically talk about, like, how Asha, like, how we would rewrite Asha, but I think it might be a better example if we pick, like, a character from a thing that is good. So I'll let you guys... I'll see what comes in. And a character that I know. Like a Disney character that maybe... we haven't talked about in the stream yet, maybe, or something. So yeah, it's homework time. Yeah. It's homework time. Heather? Who's Heather? Hercules. Okay, Paperman was the fastest. Paperman was the fastest, so I'm gonna go with Hercules, I think. Heather from Heathers. Simba? Oh, Simba. I don't know. Mulan's a good one too. But I'll go with what Paperman said, because I feel like Hercules is a good one, because he does a lot. Actually, hold on. I haven't seen Hercules in a while, though, so you guys will have to help me, though, that's all. Okay. So, we may need to... yeah, I don't want to give you guys the wrong type of show, so I'm gonna bring this over here. Okay. Hercules! You mean Huncules? Yeah, there's actually a Broadway musical, I think, at Paper Mill right now. And at first, like, the costumes were really ugly, but apparently they fixed them, so good job. I'm glad. Okay, team, let's go the distance? Yeah, I know. Okay, so what do we think Hercules' super objective is? I'm asking you guys, but, like, it's pretty obvious, so, but I'll try to, you know what my bad habit is? I'll talk about this, while you guys are thinking, what is his super objective? I have a bad habit of, like, I play Wordle with Arnold, but I will, like, blurt out the word when it's his turn, because I'm like, oh, I'm ready, like, I know what the answer is, and I'm so determined for us to find it, so... to be accepted by the townsfolk. I think you're close, but not exactly. Feel accepted? Yes, that is right. To suck? No! Hercules does not suck, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's to be oh my god, what happened? That was weird, hold on. Oh, we moved it. I'm gonna take this. I need, something to type on. I never saw it, oops! That's okay. You don't need to have seen it. Self-acceptance. That's a fun one. I like that. Okay. So now I have something to bring the keyboard closer to me, so again, I'm not leaning over in my dress to do it. Okay. To go the distance. Hey, what about Charlie? Well, she's bad, so we can't really talk about her right now, but we can go back and talk about where Charlie in particular does not, like, succeed in this experiment properly. We did talk about her earlier, though, if you just got here, so, but don't worry. Yes, to find where he belongs. That is what he says, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like, oh god. Heroes welcome to find, yeah, to find where he belongs. Yes. So that is, I would say that is like the kind of vague, but like all-encompassing objective. So you guys were like, the idea that like for him to be accepted by the townsfolk, I wouldn't say that that's incorrect, but that's like a temporary sort of thing. He's trying to find where he belongs in general, and when he sees that he doesn't belong in town, he's like moving to another town, right? You know, he goes like into like the big city basically and see if he belongs there a little better, and like becoming a hero and like all of that stuff. You're pretty today with the pink blonde? With the pink blonde. Oh, like my hair? But yeah, to find where he belongs is good. And it leaves the story open because the idea of what belonging means changes, right? At first it's to belong with the gods, but then he finds he's like, has his little found family with Phil and Meg and like everything like that, and his parents, and like he figures out that he doesn't need to go to Olympus per se, that he has his own belonging right there. So now let's talk about the different ways scene to scene that Hercules does that. So you could say Hercules goes to Mount, it's not Mount Olympus, goes to Zeus's statue because he thinks that the answer will be there, right? At the Zeus statue. Then he is like, I wanna prove I'm a true hero. Those are the two things. I started this one with two answers so you guys can think of like the other ones. Cause like now this is the scene to scene thing. So what do you guys think? Like, so Hercules goes to the statue. Zeus tells him to be a hero. He goes into town. He saves some children. Then what happens? He goes the distance. So he goes, I want to prove I'm a true hero. What does he do after he kills the Hydra? Scene to scene objective. Like, bless my soul, Herc is on a roll. Like, after, like that song, what's he doing? The distance. I have a Link to Hercules I Want song before. It's not released like properly, like it's just an animatic, but if you're looking for it paper, in the video where I talked about like the before and after, like how the songs were rewritten, I did link to like the demo. Adoration. I can't remember. Okay, he does beg Phil to train him. Begs Phil to train him. That's a good one. The adoration though, I was gonna say he sells out. He becomes a celebrity. Right? Because being a celebrity gives him the illusion. Yes, he gets famous and he makes merch of himself. You were half joking, but you're right. You're right though. That is what he does because he thinks that that'll help. Obviously it doesn't. But yeah, he sells out, so you're right. He stops selling out and does hero things, with Meg. So I would say that is like, that's pretty much like, he does varying degrees of these couple things during the movie. Like, he sells out, then he realizes that he has to stop selling out, and then he sacrifices his life for Meg, right? In his powers and stuff like that. So yeah. So he encompassingly wants to find where he belongs, right? But then, scene by scene, he tries to find that at Olympus, right? So then he begs Phil to train him, then he sells out and becomes a celebrity, and then he actually is a true hero at the end of the movie. So there are probably more scenes than this. Like, there are probably a couple more scenes that I'm not remembering right now, but like, this is a pretty good, like, scene-to-scene objectives. You can tell how all of the things that he does throughout the entire movie fit in with this. Even like going into town that one day and throwing the frisbee and wanting like to play with those other kids was him trying to get acceptance and he was rejected. So those are good. Good job, guys. Super tactics. This is gonna be the hard part because I don't remember what Hercules does in his movie. his super tactics. With Neo, it's really easy because she's like doing various crimes, like she does crime. So like, what's a super tactic that Hercules is using to do these things? I may need to look up his wiki. Where's my music coming from right now? Is this still Fontaine? Okay, there we go. His muscles. Yes, I think so. Like, I guess. Killed the Hydra. Well, that's an action. His muscles. How do we translate muscle? Let's say, yeah, his brawn. Let's say brawn. So let's make this bigger, by the way. You guys are probably like, what is this text for ants? I will post this after the stream on Patreon. So if anybody missed it or anyone just can't see, like, you guys can look at it in like high definition. Okay, so we got brawn. Determination, I guess? We'll say, let's say determination, like never giving up. See, this is why it's kind of hard for hero characters, because hero characters, like, they're not, like, murdering people. You know what I mean? Like, with Neo, I can put murder. But, like, with Hercules, we're not gonna put murder. Yeah. Let's look at the Hercules wiki, because he was I knew that I was gonna have a problem with this because I haven't seen the movie in a while. Hercules wiki. Discipline. Yeah, and we see how he starts to, like, kind of lose his discipline. Okay. Training montage. I think that would be brawn. Let's put kindness, because he does, like, want to help people, right? We save people, you know? Yeah, so we have brawn. I think kindness is a good one. Hello, I'm new. Well, welcome. We are filling out, this may be very confusing if you just got here, but we will, I will explain myself. Okay. Honesty. Positivity, which could be kindness, but we'll just keep it, let's actually, maybe we should say friendly? Actually? Friendly. Going the distance. Doesn't he have magic shoes? That is not a super tactic. Per se. Selflessness, I don't know if that would be a tactic exactly here. But yeah, so let's see. Because these shouldn't be like personality traits per se. These should be like the roots of behavior. So I wouldn't put, like, for example, this wiki is saying that Hercules is shy, but like I wouldn't put shyness here. I would put friendly, because friendly is something that you can do through an action, but shyness, like, you are shy. You aren't doing shy. You know what I mean? You're not doing shyness. Oh, let's use wit or, like, brain. Because he does use brain. Hercules does have brain, so let's do that. Okay. Okay. So, this should make more sense now. So, again, for a different character, that's not Hercules. like Neo and Roman and characters that, like, it's not like Hercules isn't active in the narrative, but he's just a very, like, he's a very basic character. Like, Moana, I would put, like, I think that, like, I would put wit and then I would put wayfinding under her intelligence. Do you understand what I mean? Like, Hercules is sort of like, because the story's so short, like, this is not gonna look like if you were writing, like, a fantasy novel, you know what I mean? Like, for Lies of Locke Lamora, he's a thief. He deceives people. He runs confidence games. There's all of this other stuff. So, like, if we were doing, like, that, if we were doing Locke Lamora, I would have, like, deceit, stealth, wit, charisma, stalking people in the night. Probably not that. But, like, there's a bit more you can do depending on how long the book is. But because, like, Disney movies, especially back then, are so short, like, we kind of have a very surface level type of situation. But those are good. Just for, like, the sake of this stream, I think that that's okay. So now, it's the tactics, right? So what you would do is think about what falls under brawn, right? Like, in terms of a tactic, the characters that we have to play. So, like, how do we use brawn as opposed to kindness, right? So for Hercules, he could, you know, brawn, if we want to do it like this. You can do this any way you want, by the way. You don't need to write it like this way if you don't want to, but this may be easy for the stream. Magic shoe time! No, guys! Okay, so brawn, we can have, like, just, like, heroism, you know what I mean? Like, falling under brawn would be, like, his strength. Strength, sword, like, pole arm, whatever he has going on, right? Endurance, I think, would also be brawn, like, his body can handle a lot, you know? So I would say that, and, like, how do you use the strength? You protect people, so you guys can see how this is filing over, right? Kindness, this is, like, help it, like, this would be, maybe, like, if we're gonna say, see, kindness is a hard one to kind of quantify. I'm thinking about, like, how you talk to people, right? Like, I know that we have kindness and friendly, but, like, showing someone kindness could be, like, again, Aladdin giving the bread. I can't think, like, how he helps his dad, like, helping others. Sure, that's not being friendly, that's being kind. Helping others. Taking care of, like, you know, animals, let's say, because there's animals or something in the movie, right? But yeah, basically athletics would be in, brawn, I guess. Athletics. Nope. That's not right. Anyway, like, okay, so now, just in case you guys are like, Cal, this is not making sense to me, can we use a different person? For Ariel, I would put rebellion in this box. I would put rebellion here. And then the ways that Ariel rebels would be listed out. So, like, collecting the human things. And then the action would be going to the sunken ship. Do you know what I mean? So that's how I'd sort of quantify that stuff. So, like, if you have a character who's a bit more, like, Hercules is clumsy, but he's not getting up to trouble. So if you have a character like Ariel and you're just wondering, like, how that fits in, like, rebellion, sneaking out of the house, doing things you're not supposed to do, like, taking the human things, going places you're not supposed to go, and then the action is, which place are you going, right? So Hercules is a bit too much of a good guy for us to talk about, that. Determination, so we'll just say training montage. And I think that, like, another determination would be, like trying to reach out to people even though he keeps getting rejected. So, like, persistent with, like, others in a sense. I think that that would be, like, a good thing to, like, put under there. Yeah, Hercules is definitely, he is little difficult, but you guys chose him, so I do want to make sure I go with what you guys chose. Wit would be like outsmarting, like strategy, using environment maybe. Honesty is kind of like, it's what you don't do almost, like you don't lie to people, you know? So that's kind of a hard one to be like, well, you don't do this. But we'll talk about like the don't do's in the other one. So I think that that's fine for now. Like that should give you guys a pretty good idea. Like we filled out most of them. So this is also something like you may not know how it's gonna manifest yet, but you want to write it down so you remember, and like that's valid too. So like when you guys are doing this, I don't recommend, and I probably should have talked about this earlier, but I thought I did already. I don't like recommend having all of this figured out unless you're that type of person, basically. What I usually do is like I go up to here maybe. I'm like, I know some things that I would like my character to do, and I figure out exactly how those traits manifest later on. So, you know, for example, with like Udine, I guess, I would only go up to here when I was thinking about her, I only went up to here. And I was like, Udine can do this, 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 and that. And how exactly those things will manifest in the story kind of like come later, right? So if we think of specific, killing the Hydra, right? That's Braun. That's a very specific thing he does, but we could just say monsters. So let's do monster hunting to make it a bit more vague, right? Yeah, I think that for, asking Phil to train him is a very, like, specific thing he does. Would training be a super tactic? I feel like training comes from somewhere. It's up to you, right? Like, you can do it that way if you want to. I would say that training comes from determination. Your determination, like, you have determination in your heart and therefore you train. And then I would, like, file asking Phil to help him under determination too. Like, he's so determined he won't take no for an answer when he's talking to Phil, right? So we got monster hunting, we got asking Phil to train him, we have, helping Meg when she's with the, what is he, horse man, using environment, I'm sure he does it. I can't think of when he does it right now, but I'm pretty sure he does at some point, like, use that sort of, like, classic, you know, wit and stuff. Going to the mountain to talk to Zeus, right? Like, he goes on the journey, like, leaves his home, tries to make friends with the locals. So you can basically, like, we could do this all day and we could file all of this under here. This music is very ominous. We have some very ominous Genshin beats right now. I don't know if I want that. Let me keep going. I need to make a more, like, just a cheerful song playlist because this has all of them. What was the blue box again? So the blue box was, like, the actual action. So, like, monster hunting is the action that you are doing. Using your strength because you have brawn, because you want to be a hero, because you want belonging, right? So that's how all of these things, I think now it's easy to see how it scales up from each other, right? So asking Phil to train him is the action. Why does he ask Phil to train him? Because he's determined. He has determination. Where's the determination, like, you know, coming from, right? The determination is coming from wanting to prove that he's a true hero. So he goes and finds the hero trainer. Why does he want to be a true hero? Because he thinks through doing that, he'll find where he belongs. So you can see how, like, everything that we talked about is sort of connected to something, and that's how you're building the pyramid. So I will screenshot this one. But I kind of want to do a character who has more problems. So I think that maybe we should do Flynn. Because I feel like Flynn has issues. And I feel like that talking about Flynn may be easier because he also has, like, combat related, like, he has, like, he does a bit, I mean, not that he does a bit more, but, like, he is a bit more of a smarmy kind of character, so, like, he has a bit more, like, he's willing to lie to people. Whereas I think Hercules does lie, but it's not something that he would, like, default go to in, like, an emergency, you know what I mean? Here's what I'm gonna do, though, because I have to use the bathroom. So I want you guys to think about Flynn together. Because here's an interesting thing about Flynn. He says he wants to live on an island with a bunch of money. But is that what Flynn really wants? I don't think so. And I know that you guys don't think so either, right? Yeah, Hercules is kind of like, he has flaws, but like he's super, like he doesn't have, I want to make sure that you guys just have a variety of examples because I don't want someone to be like, Cal, but what if my character steals things? Where does stealing go? You know, and I'm like, oh, that's a good question. Where does stealing things go? How do we quantify stealing things? But yeah, we can do a villain stream too in the future, right? So, you know, if you guys are like, but Cal, this didn't answer my specific question, like, we can do villains and, like, anti-heroes, but I think that doing Flynn before we move on, I think might be a good idea. So, let me, I'm just gonna do this because I don't have my be right back screen in here, but I don't want you guys to see me. You say that like I don't think about Flynn daily. Well, good, you'll be the perfect person to help us then. But yeah, you guys talk amongst yourselves while I disappear. And maybe I'll get some fruit. Oh my god, it's 5 o'clock. Jesus. know what I should have done? Instead of, like, abandoning you guys... Oh my god, what the heck is that? Oh my god, my mom's mowing the lawn and just scared the crap out of me. Oh my god. I thought there was a bug! Oh, yeah, instead of abandoning you guys, I should have put the Jeopardy music on. Sorry. That's what I was trying to say. I should have put the Jeopardy music on while you guys were gone. Okay. Hi. Okay. Rapunzel is the okay, you guys had a good conversation. Good job, everybody. Okay. Let me read. Let me read back. Okay, so I'm not gonna read out everything. I'm gonna read it, like, in my head, and then people that are watching the stream, please make sure to, people who watch the stream after the stream is done, make sure to read the chat is what I'm saying. Stability. Then he doesn't want to be alone. He doesn't want to worry about his money. He wants stability, which Rapunzel has. I think it's his own happiness. He thinks it'll be money. Yeah, I think that you guys are right with stability. I think that you guys are right. And then stability, he eventually finds that with Rapunzel, because it doesn't need to be, even if she wasn't the princess, she would be, like, they could find stability together, they could have a little house and a cottage, right? So yeah, reading what you guys said, I think that stability is a good, like, that is the answer I wanted you guys, basically. Like, that's the answer when I left, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what is the answer to this question? I think it's definitely stability. So I think you guys did a good job. Stability. And then brackets, we could also put stability in community too, because he was an orphan and he had no family. So, like, he doesn't think he can find stability, right? Like, in family, like in a family way, but he ends up finding it. But he wants it, right? Like, he was an orphan, so he still wants, like, the idea of family, but he doesn't know how he's gonna get that. You know, he says tanned and rested and alone. Like, he says he wants to be alone on the island, but, like, he doesn't really want to be alone. He just thinks it'll be more stable if he is alone, because everybody else has abandoned him. And that's what it is. Good job, guys. Okay. This is working! See how this works? Yay! Okay, so... Gremlin time over. Scene to scene, okay? Stealing the tiara is, like, the objective in that scene, right? So this is scene to scene. Scene to scene. Tiara stealing, right? Okay. Then after that, basically everything after that is so he can get the tiara back. Like, everything he does after that pretty much falls under that umbrella, like, in that umbrella. So I don't even know if we would even need to go scene to scene, because, like, helping Rapunzel, it's almost like there's, like, a mini filing cabinet. Like, helping Rapunzel is just to facilitate the original stealing of the tiara, right? So I guess you could say helping Rapunzel because it connects to the tiara, right? You guys are gonna find out how far I can see. And the hint is it's not this far. So as I'm typing, I'm like, that is not spelled right. Yes, he abandoned the other thieves because he didn't want the tiara to get, like, back in police custody, right? Yeah, I would say that Flynn doesn't realize it, or he thinks that money can buy stability. He never says it plainly. I think that that's something that the audience can interpret, basically. You know what I mean? Like, when he talks about Flynn Rider, like the Flynn Rider in the story and stuff, like, and, like, being at the orphanage, I think that, like, on some level, Flynn understands the concept of stability, and he just thinks that, like, getting money will make you stable. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so, okay. When do you guys think the scene-to-scene changes? You know what I mean? Because he goes to the brothers, right? So he confronts brothers, leaves Rapunzel, because now that's enforcing the status quo, right? Like, he wants things with Rapunzel to remain the same, and so he confronts the brothers, right? Oh, escape from the horse. Yes, that's true too. Oh, that is too small for me to see. Can I make this a bit more? I mean, even if it goes outside the pyramid, it kind of doesn't matter, but it does matter for you guys to be able to see, so. Yeah, so here's how I would split Flynn up, right? The first half of Flynn is I want the tiara back because the tiara will help me gain stability. You know what I mean? The second half is now I want to get Rapunzel back because Rapunzel is the new status quo, being with Rapunzel. So that's how you can split it down the line if you want to think about it that way. It's about the status quo. It's about the life that Flynn imagines in his head and the life he wants. The reason why he shifts to protecting Rapunzel is because Rapunzel is the new status quo that he's gotten used to, and he doesn't want to disrupt that. So even, like, at the very end of the movie, when obviously he sacrifices his life in a sense, like he knows that he's gonna die to be with Rapunzel, that's sort of because, like, the alternative is he could live and then not be with Rapunzel. So it's better to die and then in his final moments have the status quo and have the stability of, like, knowing Rapunzel loved him. Does that make sense? You guys know what I'm saying? So even if it's like, how does protecting other people fit into stability? It's like knowing that they're alive and keeping them with you until the end of your life. Technically, you fulfilled your life super objective, because then you're dead. So you don't need to worry about what happens after. There's no point in being alive if you don't get what you wanted. Which was to be with Rapunzel, right? Super tactics. Yeah, and the lantern scene and the montage is where the status quo changes. And he realizes that, like, this is what he wants his everyday to be like. You know, every day he wants to spend it with Rapunzel. In a sense. Like, if you imagine if she wasn't a princess, they would just, like, run off into the woods and then have adventures. Okay. Super tactics, we're gonna say deceit. Because we can actually use deceit this time. Because Flynn lies to people. Charisma. That's not how you spell that. Charisma. Fake identity is deceit. I guess. Deceit, charisma, stealth, incognito. I'll let you guys think about what else as I read the chat. You motivated me to keep songwriting. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Don't worry, you're not interrupting. This is not a lecture, it's a conversation. Riz? That's charisma. Street smarts, that's good. Wit, like your classic fairy tale wit, right? What? Strategy, we'll say? Like negotiation? He negotiates with Rapunzel? Reading people, right? Because he's like, oh, the crown's in that cabinet, isn't he? Like, he's very good at predicting behavior. Right? Not being honest. I guess we'll say, I think that could go into lying. I think deceit covers that. Humor? Sure, we'll put humor as separate from charisma, because you can be funny, but you can be, like, not funny, but still charismatic, so sure, let's do that. Charm people with the lady face charisma. Bravely running away. Yeah, I don't know if I'd, is that strategy? Is running away strategy? Or is running away just like knowing when to, maybe that's incognito though. You could put running away in incognito because like you're, we'll put evading. That's fine. Let's do that. So, like, you guys can see how, like, some of this is splitting hairs. Like I said, it's as helpful as it is to you. If, like, doing it to this extent isn't helpful, you can find another way to do it, basically, you know? Like, there's always gonna be a way. Determination. I think, let's put self-preservation, maybe? Or, I guess, perseverance. I'm gonna put that. Perseverance, because... yeah. And then let's do confidence too. I think that's good. I think that makes sense. Okay, so now this is where imitating a persona comes in, right? So you have deceit, fake persona, lying. Like straight up, we're just lying. Breaking, promises. Is Flynn ever in a disguise? Fake persona is different from disguise, so let's just put disguise just in case. I don't think he ever did that. Lying even to himself, you're right. Breaking the law. I think breaking the law needs to go up here. Lawlessness. Because characters may have a strategy, but still be unwilling to break the law. So Flynn being willing to break the law needs to be like, that's a super tactic. You can do a lot of things and break the law. You can break the law like murdering people. You can break the law through stealing, right? So like, yeah, we need breaking the law, stealing. I don't think he does anything other than breaking the law. Kidnapping? Where would wall climbing fall into? I would say stealth, I guess, in this case, because he doesn't really have any other, like, physical, you know, because this is supposed to be more personality compared to, like, you know, oh, you're good with a sword type stuff. Obviously, you can use it for good with a sword type people, and, like, you could list all the magical spells that they have access to using this if you wanted, but, like, I'm more focused on character as opposed to, like, I don't know, combat training, but I'd put that in, like, stealth, like, I guess technically you could be stealthy but still not be able to climb a wall, but that's, like, an action he takes to maintain the stealth, right? Stealth. Hiding out. Yeah, hiding out. Knowing, what routes to take, let's say. And, like, knowing what routes to take could be strategy, right? So, like, it's up to you to, like, choose your choice, right? Yeah, so if we do wit would be like talking your way out of things. Helps with charisma, right? Like, charisma will help with that. So, like, these things do overlap, guys, you know what I mean? It's not, like, super binary, but, like, you can start to see how, like, lawlessness, like, you're not being, like, if you're not murdering people, like, you have to know, as much as you need to know what your character does, this also helps you figure out what they don't do. So, like, Flynn doesn't kill people. That's not within his toolbox. At least I don't think he kills anybody. I think he just, like, knocks people out. Like, he's willing to fight. Fights the guards, right? So stuff like that, right? And then the particular action we can do, convinces Rapunzel to leave tower. Like, that's the action. Brings Rapunzel to unlucky duckling, or is it, let's just say the tavern, right? So that's something that files in somewhere. And like, if you want to be more specific, you can say how it files in. Like, that could be a strategy. He brought Rapunzel to the tavern as a strategy to get rid of her and hope that she would change her mind and go back home, right? Hides out in the tower, hides from guards during the montage. Tries to talk his way out of, like, convo with the brothers, like he has that. Snuggly duckling, thank you. Yeah, so I think that this is, like, we're starting to understand how all of this, like, is working together, right? Outsmarts a horse. He does hide in the bushes, yeah. But yeah, so you guys can see kind of like all of his behavior now connects to something, right? And so if you're having a problem where you can't figure out what your character should do, looking back at this, if you make this, like, say you're midway, right? Because at the beginning of the stream I mentioned, I don't recommend doing this before you start writing, like all of it. I recommend you only do these 3, and then maybe go work a little and try to figure it out, right? Like write a little bit, so don't, like, have all of this necessarily plotted, unless that's you, and you know that you're most productive that way, right? So, again, like, make sure to modify the advice to suit your own personal, style and stuff that we talked about earlier. But if you do this, and now you're midway through your story, or you're revising, and your character, like suddenly kills somebody, and there was never any indication that they were willing to kill people before this point, that may be something that you gotta, like, fix, right? Okay, I'm done with my food now. Yeah, so, Owlman, because I'm assuming you just came now. So we got super objective, super tactics, and actions. So, the super tactic is Flynn wants stability. Flynn stole the tiara to get stability. Flynn stealing the tiara is, like, deceit and, like, breaking the law, and, like, it fits under a couple different things, right? That is, like, the big thing of stealing the tiara in that scene. Deceit, lying, stealing, breaking the law, like, breaking the law, stealing things, right? Because you may have a character that's willing to break the law, but for some reason they have a moral hang-up about stealing. Especially if it's, like, stealing from, like, you know, a regular, like, person or something. That's a good question, Ducky. So here's what I think. This is what I think you should do. So again, if you want to do things differently, that's okay. But my personal belief is that you should do the super objective, like a scene objective, right? And then some of this orange stuff. So for example, I said this earlier, but if I was writing like a Cinderella that steals from people, which is something for my VTuber project, because like there's not only gonna be like Soliana and Udine stories, there's gonna be like stories within the world. So like my idea, don't steal, LOL. I mean, it's Cinderella, it's a retelling, you can, whatever. You know, I don't have, it's in the public domain, do whatever you want. But like I would write, Cinderella wants family, right? She joins a criminal gang to find, because she thinks that she's gonna find family there, right? The criminal gang treats her how to act like a lady, how to, you know, be whatever, like to fit in with royal society. And so she has deceit, she has charisma, she'll break the law, right? I would go up to that far maybe, and then maybe do some of the pink stuff. If I already have a clear idea like I do for like this Cinderella, I know that this Cinderella would fake a persona, would forge an invitation to get into the ball, to steal the thing, to appease her crime family, right? So I would know some of that. So I would say, like, if you just started and you have the character, at least, you can probably do like these 3 things and maybe the pink one. But the actions, you're not gonna know what actions they're taking until you write the actions, you know what I mean? So like, I think that this is a kind of like, you don't need to have it done at any point. This is the thing you can always go back to, and then if you're having problems, you can be like, oh, that's why I'm having a problem, because they would never do that, right? What happened to the stream? What do you mean what happened? Are you guys okay? Oh no, did I just get one guide? Maybe he's seeing an ad, that person that just asked what happened. Testing, testing. You guys okay? Yeah, I got one guide. You guys are like, what do you mean? Oh man, okay. I'll screenshot this too, so we can talk about, so we can keep Flynn Rider in our heart. Okay. And I can post that on Patreon later. If anybody, like, again, this is like text for ants right now. So yeah, I think this was a good exercise to do. So yeah, I think that, like, I said this on another slide, so hold on, let's go back. We're okay? I'm glad everyone's okay, okay. Like, you should know, I think, the unfairness and the what your character needs. So again, if I'm talking about crime Cinderella, abuse, clearly, like it's Cinderella, and then what does she need? She needs family. She thinks she's gonna find the family with the crime family, but she's not gonna get it with the crime family. Competencies, I would already kind of understand that she's willing to do crime, right? She's crime Cinderella. You know, likability and stuff, that would be like, as the narrative is going on, I would have to figure out how to do that, right? So, I think that you should probably, as your idea aiding, like, as you're trying to think of, like, again, if you're this type of person, if you're the type of person who, like, likes a dialogue randomizer, and you use that random line of dialogue, and you just, like, again, you hear the characters' voices, and as you keep writing, they become people, as opposed to, like, having a shell of who they are and, like, filling the shell, if that makes sense. Oh, I forgot to change the PowerPoint back to normal. Hold on, guys. It's like a cake. You know what I mean? Like, are you just throwing things into the bowl? Or do you know what type of cake you're making and what the filling's gonna be? Kinda, right? So I'm the type of person who at least wants to know what I'm baking first, so I can, like, go to town on the dialogue, right? So, like, I would do unfairness, probably at least one competency, secret pillar. Then in terms of this, I would do super objective, one objective, like probably really early chapter 1 in the story, what are they trying to do? And then some super tactics, so I understand who they are. And I even have this, like I said, I know that this is getting to be a long stream, so I don't want to repeat myself too much, but like, I do this for my fanfic characters. Like, to me, it is that serious. I will write the most insane, crack ship, no, they've never interacted, but to me, I need it to make sense. It needs to make sense to me. And like, even if I'm reaching, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as it fits in with the internal logic of the world, I'm satisfied. But like, I don't like, they never fucking say that. Like, to me, and like, obviously in my own head it's gonna make sense, right? But like, I've heard from other people who have read my fanfic and are really like anal about that type of stuff, that they feel like I am keeping the characters in character, even if the scenario is really wacky, right? So again, like, I can't be like fully objective about my own writing, you know? Because I obviously think it fits logically, or I wouldn't have done it, but I've heard from other people that they are very impressed with how in character everyone feels, even if the characters never interacted before, and they thought that they would hate the ship, and they were like, what the fuck is this? But then it made perfect sense to them. I think that this is why it makes perfect sense, because it may make no sense in terms of the canon, but it ends up making sense to the people reading the fanfic, because everybody has this, like, basically this internal logic. And again, if you're writing fan fiction for fun, especially if it's a one-shot, you probably don't really need to worry about that stuff if you're just having a tee-hee and a good time. But, like, I'm neurotic. I'm crazy. So, keep that in mind. Like, I do this because I like to do it, and I enjoy doing it as part of my writing process, you know what I mean? And I think it's fun, and I like it. So if you're like, Cal, this is misery, I love just figuring things out, like, again, on the by the seam of, oh my god, by the seat of their pants. Like we talked about earlier, like, again, you may have to modify this, because I still think that these are important things to keep in mind for storytelling, but you don't need to do it at the beginning if you don't want to. You hate shipping. I don't know if this is the stream for you. I mean, I respect your opinion, but, like, also, like, shipping... I was actually thinking about doing a video about that. I wanted to do a video about how, like, people see shipping as some, like, chronically online thing, but, like, authors have been shipping, like, other things, like, since the beginning of human history. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the Greeks were shipping mythology characters that didn't originally go together with each other, right? So it's not like some sort of recent fandom thing, like, you know, shipping is just part of the experience of getting invested in characters, I think, in my opinion. And so I was thinking about doing a video about that, like autopsying ships that I had as a child, like not exposed to the internet, right? So I'm like the perfect kind of case of like, I was not exposed to the internet and I still shipped things. Like, why do we do that? What does it mean? What does it mean to be human and ship stuff? Okay. Finally, 2 hours into the stream. Oh my god. I knew this stream was gonna be long. I didn't think it was gonna be this long, guys. And this is why I was like, oh, I'm gonna make YouTube shorts out of this. Like, sure you fucking are. I may make some in a summarized capacity, but I'm so glad I did this. Okay. This is something I invented. Dahlia did not make this. I made it. But I think that it's kind of cracked, and I think it's interesting. In my opinion. I think it's fun. So this is what I've made this recently. I did not always have this. This is something I invented recently because I was having trouble with, especially passive. I think that it's a lot of a problem with a passive character because this is like a desire pyramid. You know what I mean? Like, this is someone who desires things, right? But what happens, like, when you have a character that, like, technically desiring a bad thing not to happen to them is a desire, but, like, not really, right? So, like, I was like, I need to figure out how to kind of quantify and, like, organize this, especially for villains. This came out of, like, there was a question under one of my villain videos or something, and I was like, oh, that's a really good question, but I don't know how I'd answer it exactly. And so this is, I think, how I figured out to answer it. Because when I made this, I was thinking about Frollo. Because I think Frollo is more scared about what will happen compared to wanting things, if that makes sense. Like, I think that he's more afraid of things compared to how he wants them. Obviously he desires Esmeralda, but I think throughout the narrative, he is more concerned about his fear compared to his desire. And obviously fear and desire can be two sides of the same coin, but I found this to be really helpful, and it can be especially helpful when you put them together. I thought I had a slide. What I would do, I obviously did this right side up so you guys could read it, but I would do it like a diamond, like if you want to be crazy. And I'll put the bear pyramids maybe on Patreon again, like I talked about, if you guys want to use them. Right? I would do it diamond-shaped, and I would have them be mirrors of each other. Because that's basically what this is. It's just a mirror of what we've already been talking about. So I would actually flip this over, but I did it right side up because I didn't want, like, I thought that that would be bad, like, to do it upside down. So, like, again, just imagine this, but, like, flipped and, like, upside down. So that's how I would organize it. And so it's like an iceberg, right? The desire's on the top and the fear is kind of under the sea. Okay. Evil bear. No, evil bear. She's not evil. Okay, so let's go now from the bottom to the top, I think. Maybe. No, let's not do that. Let's do it in the way we were doing before. Okay, nightmare to the super objective, right? So like this is gonna be really confusing if you just came into the stream and I'm really sorry. But so if the super objective is the character's life purpose, what is the worst case scenario? That their life will be unfulfilled, right? And this kind of like, it clicked something for me when I was working on this. And I was like, yes, this is it. Because this is something that we talk about in acting too. Like that was, I have an actor's worksheet with like all of the questions that my acting teacher wanted us to think about. And even though most of them fit into this or this, the worst possible scenario is like doesn't necessarily like fit into a desire, right? So like even though they told us to think about it, it was never like part of like the pillars or the pyramids or like any of that, right? So this is also where, and I'll talk about this. Hello? Kitty? That was weird. Okay, I'll also probably talk about this in another video, but it's not just that like Asha and Snow White and Charlie don't have super objectives, right? Because we talked about they have goals. Their goals are to save the world or whatever, like, but they don't have motivation. They don't have super objective. So it's not only that like Asha and Charlie and Snow White don't have super objectives, they don't have or they don't entertain enough the worst possible scenario, right? And that's gonna be different with all of them. Some of them can't entertain the worst possible scenario because they haven't figured out what their super objective is anyway, right? And so like, for example, with Asha, right? She doesn't even have the life purpose. So she can't say in our rewrite, right? Her, like the worst possible scenario in my like kind of rewrite of her character would be that her father's legacy is forgotten. Everyone agrees with Magnifico. People don't know that they have magic within themselves, like all of that stuff. But because Asha does not have a positive super objective, like a desire-based super objective, she also cannot imagine the nightmare, right? Because there's no nightmare for her to imagine. She's like sort of afraid of the status quo staying the same, but that doesn't build stakes. What builds stakes is the worst possible fucking scenario, right? So when you think about Ariel's like nightmare super objective is that she will be trapped under the sea forever, that her father will never understand her, that Sebastian will never understand her, that she will basically die alone, right? It's not even about going to the human world or not, it's that she will die alone, unloved, no one will remember her, whatever, right? So, yeah, Asha's problem is that she doesn't even have a purpose, so we can't even give her a nightmare. We can't even give her the worst case scenario because she doesn't even know. Snow White is kind of living through the worst case scenario and doesn't really have any strong feelings about it, so that's a problem with Snow White. With Charlie, she has it, like hell being destroyed and whatever, right? But again, that's not a nightmare scenario that connects to her personally. That's like, of course, if the world ends, that would be all of our nightmares, probably, right? If I was like, guys, World War III is happening right now, you would be like, oh my god, that sucks, I don't want to die. But that's not a nightmare scenario. It's, I don't want to die because I had so much left to do. I don't want to die because I haven't fulfilled this dream, because I haven't done this with my loved ones, because I won't be with my loved ones anymore. So you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the world ending is a nightmare for everyone, I guess, but like, that's not personal. Everyone's afraid of that. The reason why we're afraid to die, I think, you know, not to get too existential in the stream, but especially before our time, is that if we're unfulfilled, so you need to understand what circumstance will have your character end up being unfulfilled. But Charlie and Snow White and Asha, again, to varying degrees, because I think Snow White's a little bit better, but then Asha's like at the bottom and maybe Charlie's in the middle. Like, they all kind of shift around how bad they are. You know what I mean? Like, what's like how bad they are in relation to the different pillars and stuff. They're not like all the same level of bad. They all have different problems, but like, they don't know what would make them unfulfilled, right? Like, I think for Charlie, the ball that they really dropped Exactly. Yeah, Bonnie Bell, you read my mind. It should have been related to her family. That her biggest fear is her family will never be back together like it once was because they'll never see eye to eye. That's what they should have focused on. That it wasn't about even saving Hell. It was just saving Hell is like the way that she can prove to her mom, like, Dad wasn't crazy. Dad was right. Like, can't we all just get along? Can't we all just see eye to eye? Right? So it should have been about her family. But it's not. So, anyway, it makes me really mad. Oh, that hurt a little bit. Don't do that at home, kids. Okay. So, we understand, I think, now what the nightmare super objective is. For, like, again, for Flynn, it would be like, he's poor, he has no stability, he's on the streets, like, right? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, no, you're not interrupting. I'm glad that you're here. And don't worry, again, you can, check out the stream later if you're interested in watching it. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys, you know, care when I talk about, like, niche things, because I love talking about, like, things that no one else cares about. And, like, I know I haven't done one lately. Like, I know the Tangled songs were a while ago, but I also had that video talking about, like, the other Disney deleted songs, and I really liked making that. So, like, hopefully I'll be able to do more of that soon, because I know it's been a lot of, like, negativity and, like, Lilo and Stitch and Snow White and everything's awful, but, you know, I want to make sure that my channel has a balance of both, because I think I talk about this in a YouTube short, probably, but, like, complaining feels productive. And obviously, as someone who rewrites things, I see the value in doing it, right? Because we look at things and we understand where stuff went wrong, right? But my problem is when people complain about the same things over and over again. And, like, it happens with RWBY, it happens with, like, musicals, you know what I mean? Like, nothing is saved. Nothing, like, I'm not talking about a particular thing, so, you know, the RWBY fandom doesn't get mad at me or whatever. But, like, you know, something I see a lot, especially as someone who has a Discord server, is people just rehashing the same complaints over and over and over again. And I'm like, but we've learned already. Like, we complain, but then we learn, right? You know? And so I feel like that, like, what I see a lot of, you know, it's not just with RWBY, but, like, it can be with Wish and Snow White and, like, even, like, Epic and stuff like that. Like, I think that what people fall into is, like, I see the same conversations, and I'm like, okay, but are we learning anything now, or are we just bitching and, like, moaning and, you know, that has its place. And, like, we like to, like, bitch and complain with our friends, obviously. But I think especially, like, just for me, and having a public Discord server, I don't want my channel to become that. And I don't want to facilitate that or, like, encourage that too much. And so even though we may talk about the same things, because, like, the point of my YouTube videos is to talk about, like, songwriting and some of the same concepts may come up, I want to make sure that, like, there's videos like the Beauty and the Beast video in between, because I don't want it to be like, wow, every time Cal uploads, we're complaining about the same problem. Because, like, on one hand, it's like, well, we're not living in, like, you know, or I should say the opposite. We're kind of living in the Twilight Zone where every piece of media is having the exact same problem, and so it feels crazy to not talk about it, right? Like that Wish and Moana and Asha, they all basically suffer from, like, the same problems over and over again. So, like, you're ignoring reality if you don't point out that the same thing is happening again and trying to, like, educate a new audience about that, right? But for you guys that, I'm assuming if you're in here, you really like my channel and, like, you watch all my videos, I never want it to be like, wow, Cal's talking about the same thing again, because then you guys will get bored, right? And then I'll get bored too. So even though there's a place for the rewrites and there's a place for the complaining and stuff like that, I do want to make sure that there's at least, like, one new thing, even in the complaining videos. I think that with Lilo and Stitch, there was definitely, like, a new thing that I've, like, never talked about before, but, like, this week, or I guess not this week, it probably won't be out by this week, but, like, you know, the Beauty and the Beast video, and talking about, like, the video I just recorded is about Preminger, right, and, like, it's a theory video about Preminger lore. I want to make sure that we have fun and we don't just, like, complain about the same things, because even though we need to do that so new people understand, because there's always new people and new subscribers and stuff. I want to be mindful of not, like, making sure, like, I want to make sure that you guys don't, like, look at my channel and you sigh and you're like, oh, I'm not really in the mood to go through this again, like, to rehash the same thing, right? So yeah, complaining and, like, criticizing, I should say, like, feels productive. And it is productive sometimes. But you can't just do that. You have to complain and then you have to, like, write stuff and talk about stuff you actually care about. Because then you're not doing anything. Like, it makes you feel like you're working, but you're not working. At some point, right? Preminger lore! Yeah, I got Preminger lore, guys. Any thoughts on that topic? I feel like... I don't know, honestly. Like, I can't say, because I could blame the lack of maybe... I could blame, for Has-Been Hotel specifically, like, I could maybe say, like, the songwriters lacked agency, but for those things to not even be in the script, I think is, like, inexcusable. So I think it really is a writing issue. Like, I feel like almost Viz forgot about what Charlie's character was, almost. Like, she forgot why she was writing it, which is, again, pyramids. It's nice to make yourself a pyramid, so, like, when you get lost in the sauce and you have deadlines and, like, you know, you're going off of just caffeine and you're trying to figure shit out, right? You can look at the pyramid to kind of ground yourself and remember, like, what your past self was trying to do, right? But yeah, I think that that's kind of what happened, almost. I feel like that, like, she forgot almost what the point was. Or, like, she changed what the point was going to be, but again, when we talk about promise, progress, payoff, the audience was promised something, and I think most of us thought that the direction it was going in was that Charlie wants to fix the rift in her family, and then when we don't get that, it feels like a betrayal, right? I fixed your attention span. Good, I'm glad. Oh, hi, Noelle. We were talking about Ruby earlier, but I'm glad to see you. Noelle is one of my beta readers for my fanfiction, and they also beta read, or beta listen, I guess, for my VTuber project. So we got one of the... Now I have to do well, because the beta readers are gonna be like, Cal, you said this and you didn't do it in your script. They're gonna catch me in 4K, so we gotta do a good job, guys, okay? Actually, I'm gonna go back to Mondstadt music. Mondstadt? Hello? Yeah, next time I'll try to make a playlist that just has the peppy, like, songs, because some of these are sad and, like, that's kind of not the vibe right now, but I know I could keep playing, I'm sure I could keep playing, goodness gracious, what am I trying to say? I could keep playing the Fontaine music and you guys would be okay. I may go back to Sumeru, actually. I love the Sumeru music. I haven't started Sumeru yet. We're gonna start Sumeru next week, if I stream. Okay, oopsie. Okay. That's not what I meant to say. Where's my... Okay, there we go. I meant to say, there we go. We're good. Okay. Totally gonna watch the stream and take notes. That is a good idea. We were talking about Roman. I was saying, like, I was using him as an example, and I was like, you have to, like, we were using Flynn Rider as a second example, but I was like, Hercules isn't like Roman Torchwick. Like, Roman Torchwick can kill people. So I was talking about, like, with a more, like, morally compromised character, you tend to get more of this in the pyramid. Whereas with Hercules, it's just like, he's nice and smart and, you know, he helps people. Yeah, we talked about Neo a bit. I used her as an example of, like, how this all, not this one, how, like, this all relates to each other. Okay. Nightmare scenario. The character's worst possible outcome from scene to scene. So, the character may not know what it is, but you should probably know. So to go back to Ariel again, Triton coming into the grotto, I don't think Ariel thinks that he's gonna destroy everything, but that's like the worst possible thing he could have done, and he did it, right? So Ariel probably thinks she's just gonna get yelled at again, but really the worst possible thing that could happen in that scene is for everything to be destroyed. I heard once that you should, let me see if I have the exact quote in my phone, because I don't wanna fuck this up, because this was a brilliant quote I heard from one of my teachers, and I don't want to ruin it. You should make the choice that hurts the most or costs the most, is what one of my teachers told me. And I thought that that was just genius. Like, I thought that was such a genius thing to say. Because obviously, if we're talking about stakes and stuff, right? So the choice that hurts the most, they're not talking about the character, though it might, right? If the character has a choice in it. It's talking about, like, you as the writer picking the choice that hurts. And yes, the stream will be a VOD, don't worry. So if you're like, what is going on? You'll be able to go back later. Because I know, like, if you're jumping in right now, this is gonna seem insane. But yeah, so, Ariel again. Dying alone, okay? Nightmare scenario, like in a scene-to-scene basis, would be Triton destroying all of her stuff, and that actually does happen, right? But obviously in other scenes, there are other things that are bad, so like, not kissing Eric in time. That's a nightmare situation. So this is stuff that the characters will never do, and this is a little bit difficult, because again, we're talking about like the opposite, but what I would put here, for example, is if a character is like, maybe they have some sort of religious obligation, or maybe it's just like a moral code, but if they would never ever break the law, like never ever, they won't ever jaywalk, they wouldn't steal anything, they wouldn't kill people, right? If a character would like, they are such a stickler for the rules that they would never ever do that. Right? So that's what I would put. I would put, like, lawlessness, right? Kind of like we had for Flynn, right? So I would put, they would never be lawless. They always follow the law. Something like that. They would never lie to someone that they care about, right? Like, some characters have a moral code, again, in their heart, and they don't lie. They will never lie to anyone because maybe in their childhood, again, somebody lied to them. Because here's the other thing that you guys should think about, and I probably should have mentioned that earlier. There is probably, like, in between these pyramids, like, in between these tiers of the pyramid, there is, like, well, what's going on in your backstory? And it doesn't need to be like that everything is super, like, because, like, what do they say? Because musical theater killed my grandma, okay? Like, it doesn't need to be like that. But like, you should probably think about like, okay, if your character never lies to people, maybe they were lied to as a child and they have vowed to never tell a lie. Maybe they told a lie and somebody died. Like, they lied about someone's whereabouts and then that person was found like dead in a cave or something. You should probably think about like, why though? Like, what's going on? Like, why does the character like do or know to do these things? Like for Flynn, if we go back to the one that we made together, like Flynn steals because he was an orphan and he was on the street and he was mimicking Flynn Rider, who seems to be some sort of like Robin Hood-esque character. If Flynn had a different backstory, maybe he wouldn't do that, right? Yeah, tools is okay. I think that that's a good word to use. And then, because, like, Dahlia had the actions they used to play those cards, like, she was thinking about it in a card game way, if that makes sense. But I think that, like, tools and a toolbox, and the action is, like, you're using the tool, you're using the hammer. Like, that's a good way to think about it, I think. So yeah, super tactics. They never lie. They never break the law. They would never kill people, right? So they would never, use their strength to hurt others. Something like that, right? Then all the cards that the characters will never play would be like, they would never lie, right? So if we're talking about this character never lies, they would never tell a lie. They would never hide information because that's a lie. So anything that like goes under lying, You know, like that falls under the lying. Or like if they would never break the law, you can put all of the laws that they would never break in here. Like they would never steal, they would never whatever, right? And so then it could be the exact precise action of like, they would never steal even if they're starving, right? They would do something else before they do that. They would never lie even if it means they go to jail. Like that's how you could write it down, right? I feel like a lot of viewers have a serious issue dissecting a character's motivation when it isn't portrayed in a way they personally like. Yeah, I think that's true. That's true. I think that is a subtext thing, right? Is that like sometimes the writers are responsible, but a lot of times the writers are not responsible, and it's just people. Oh my god. People's media literacy is bad, and they don't know what subtext is. When the climax reaches the point where everything goes wrong, are those moments closest to what we have to the anti-objective happening? I would say so, yeah, probably. I think that these things, it's more interesting, and this is what I was gonna say because I was talking about villains. It is more interesting if sometimes a character is pushed to a breaking point and this shit happens. Like, that's where it goes spicy. This is not a pyramid that you make so you can be like, and the character would never do that ever, and so I can't write that. You never tell yourself you can't write something. What I think that you should be using this for is like, this is what under normal circumstances, the character's belief in their, like, framework for life is. So how can we push that character to the fucking brink where they are so desperate that they would do something that they would never ever do? That's where things get interesting, I think, right? And so the goal of this is not for you to write this and then be like, oh, but I can't do that in my story because it's a nightmare for the character. Sometimes we're writing it so we can know what nightmares to get. We're writing them so we can torture them. Right? And so it's helpful because the characters will try to stay away from that as much as possible. And that's where I think that this is helpful, right? So you know what they're trying to get away from. But then where those things collide, like with the plot, is if, like, the character does not lie because they don't want to hurt the people they care about. But what if telling a lie will save someone that they care about? Then what do you do, right? So then it's your job to justify in the narrative if you were like, the character will never ever lie, but then the one time they have to lie because there are two things in conflict with each other. You know, like, it's almost like coding, like a coding error, almost. Like, if code is like, causing a problem and like suddenly like the whole website's down because these two pieces of code contradict each other, the best stakes, I think, is when the code is contradicting and it's like, oh, but the character said they would never ever do this, but what outweighs the other? Does the need to protect people outweigh their respect for the law, or does it not? And is that the other thing, right? Is the respect for the law so high that they're willing to throw away their relationships? That's where shit gets interesting, right? Some of my favorite characters are criticized because people want their anti-objectives to happen. You'll have to use an example of that because it really depends, right? For most of us, if you write like a compelling protagonist, most of the time we wouldn't want Ariel to die alone. We may want her to get into a conflict with her father because we know that that's the way that the narrative progresses forward, I should say. But like most of us will not want, at least for the protagonist, anyway. Aang from Avatar. What would that be for Aang? Like that people wanted him to fail? Like fail against the Fire Lord, or like not to get his powers? Sorry guys, my skirt is getting caught on something on my wheels. Or not my wheels, what's the uppy down thing that you use to move the chair? That's probably the crazy example of he should have done. Oh, you mean kill people? Oh shit, sorry, I'm stupid. Oh. Yeah, I blanked. I'm like, oh, now I understand. Kill the Fire Lord. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's like, media literacy is in danger. That's in danger. When people say that Aang should have killed the Fire Lord. And like, it's not that the choice is wrong, guys, right? It's that like, That's a different story at that point. So again, I don't want you to make this pyramid and think that the things in this pyramid can never happen. It's more of a guide for you to understand what the character's beliefs are, right? And so even if you put, like, Aang will never murder people, you could have a story with an Aang-like character and they end up having to murder someone. But at that point, that's a totally different story, right? And so just because something contradicts this doesn't mean it's good or bad. What's good or bad is how you justify it. How long has the stream been going on? We've been going on for 3 hours, which we're basically, like, this is the big thing I wanted to explain today. So we're doing pretty well, honestly. To feel my objective of staying alive. Oh, goodness. You guys are cute. Yes, please fulfill your objective of staying alive. Okay. So the question now... can I copy all this? Nope, that did not copy everything. Yay! Okay, guys, who do we want to do this for? Yeah, I think Ruby, like, oh, Ruby shouldn't have forgiven Neo is a good example. Right? Because you could make it so Ruby doesn't forgive Neo, and that could be a choice. But, like, that's, like, again, that's, you're writing a different story. I think a good example is, like, if we're gonna talk about Ruby. So during Ruby Volume 9, the reason why I was so convinced that they wouldn't kill Neo is because objectively it would have been the wrong thing to do. Like, for the sake of the themes of Volume 9, that would not have worked. So, like, the only circumstance, I'm gonna copy this too, the only circumstance I could have seen that happening was if they were stupid, right? So because they weren't stupid, they would make Neo go to the tree. That is the logical thing to do. I think Frollo's a good one, because Frollo was actually the character that, like, when I made this, I had Frollo in mind, in my heart. Yeah, the OG evil queen from Snow White may just be a bit difficult because there's not, like, a lot going on with her. So yeah, like, that's why in Volume 9 I was like, there's no way that Neo's gonna die. She's gonna go to the tree because they're not stupid, right? They're competent, like, they're good writers. They're not gonna do that. Now, obviously, things can happen that don't make sense because the people are bad writers. But I think that that's why I have such good, like, prediction skills, right? Like, people are always like, Cal is predicting who the murderer is at the beginning of the show. Like, some of it's like some autism pattern recognition. But I think the other thing is I go in with the grace of, like, if this is a well-written thing, the natural thing to do is X, Y, and Z, right? And most things don't disappoint me. Right? So yeah, at the beginning of Odd Taxi, I guessed the twist. At the beginning of, Migi and Dally, I guessed the twist. At the beginning of Shadow's House, I also guessed the twist, right? Because I'm like, if you are a good writer, this is what a good writer would do with the world that you built, like, that you have built, right? In my opinion, anyway. Obviously, I don't think that there's wrong and right choices. There are stronger and weaker choices, and sometimes a choice can be so weak that it's probably wrong, is what I think. Okay, so what is Frollo's biggest fear in his life? I think that we probably, like, I had a very, like, obvious kind of idea when I was doing, because Frollo was, like, my test character when I did this, so I'm glad that you guys picked him and, like, read my mind. But yeah, what is Frollo afraid of? They actually talk about it in Bells of Notre Dame. Going to hell! Thank you. That is what okay. Eternal damnation. All right. So scene by scene, he saves Quasimodo as a baby because, oh, what does Clopin say? he's worried about his immortal soul, right? So the idea is that usually Frollo would never do this. Usually he'd never do this. So this, I'm gonna write some notes. A fashion question, go for it, sure. But yeah, don't worry, I'll try to put the blank pyramids on Patreon, and then I'll put, like, what we did today on Patreon. So, like, saves, I guess we could say he doesn't kill Quasimodo. He keeps Quasimodo as a bit, let's say keeps, I guess, because, like, he doesn't save him, he doesn't kill him. He doesn't do something. But I can't put kill in the YouTube video, I don't think so. Yeah, the very eyes of Notre Dame, right? So he keeps Quasimodo as a baby because, usually he wouldn't do this under any other circumstance, but because he's worried about his immortal soul, he does it. Tie shirt or jacket? I mean, I don't have a shirt or a jacket. Usually, like, I just, like, let me think. I mean, I would just have, if we have both sides of the fabric, I would put it around my waist and I would make a knot. If that makes sense. I would tie one under the other. But yeah, I don't have one down here. Send him upstairs unalive. He does not unalive Quasimodo. Let's say that. Yeah, I think that would work for a plaid shirt. You guys know who I like watching Style Theory. The Style Theorist, you can bring one? I don't think right now. But yeah, I like watching Style Theory. That may be a better channel for this person to go to. Like the Film Theory branch, they do a lot of style videos. Okay, so what are other things that, like, Frollo does because he's afraid of going to hell? Does anybody know? The closet? Oh, this isn't a closet, this is a door. Food theory? I like food. You know, earlier I mentioned, like, I was like, guys, like, some of this information was given to me by, like, professional writers. One of my friends is a writer for food theory. So, that's my humble brag for today. If you watch the dog food episode, he wrote that one. Okay, so he saves Quasimodo as a baby. What else does he do that he wouldn't normally do? Like, he takes care of, like, he goes to see Quasimodo and stuff, obviously, but, like, there's probably some other things. Let's see. He spares Esmeralda in the church. True. I think that may be more because people are watching. But yeah, let's say, yeah, because that could fit in with he doesn't want to break God's rules, right? So he spares Esmeralda in the church because he has to respect the law of sanctuary, right? He wants Esmeralda to be his and his alone because then he wouldn't be sinful, right? Okay, so those are some of the things that, like, he usually wouldn't do, I think. I think a big one is, like, destroy Esmeralda or else let her be mine and mine alone. That's how he escapes going to hell. Like, that's how he justifies his lust for Esmeralda, because in this version, Frollo isn't a priest, he's a judge, right? So presumably, like, Frollo could get married. And so, like, having Esmeralda for himself means that having Esmeralda for himself means that he would not be sinning anymore because he could marry her and then they would do what married people do, right? Okay. So now, like, super tactics, like, the character would never use. That's, like, this is where things get a little bit, like, difficult. But yeah, I would say, like, Frollo is not usually merciful unless the mercy aligns. Yeah, unless the mercy aligns with God. like Quasimodo, right? Like, unless he's afraid. He wouldn't normally be merciful, right? He wouldn't normally let people get away from the law. He wouldn't normally be empathetic to people's situations like Quasimodo's mother wanting a better life for her son, right? Like, yeah. He would never be genuinely kind, right? All of that stuff. So yeah, with a villain character, you're gonna find a lot that they wouldn't do. But then you're also gonna find that this is somewhat difficult because, like, for a hero, I would put he would never kill people. But, like, Frollo is willing to kill people, right? So, like, there's not pros and cons even, but it's just, like, if you're working on a villain versus a hero, sometimes you're gonna get stuck in different places, if that makes sense. Because it's a lot easier to think of what a villain... It's a lot easier to think of what a villain would do as opposed to what they wouldn't do, because villains are, like, unburdened by having to be nice and stuff like that, like having moral code and things, right? So, but this is still useful. So all the cards that the characters would never play. So, like, when we talk about individual, like, cards again, we could talk about, let's see. Mercy. So if it's Mercy, like, it would be... Yeah, hold on. Kindness. He wouldn't help people in need. He won't help Quasimodo achieve his dreams. He won't change the laws to be more fair and just, right? So it's sort of like this sort of thing, right? So, like, he wouldn't change the law. He likes the law as it is right now. You know, he's not a charitable type person. Mercy, he wouldn't spare the innocent, like Quasimodo. He wouldn't let his beef with Esmeralda go, right? Like, that sort of stuff. What else did we say? Normally wouldn't let people get away with the law, so with the law, I guess we could say, well, sometimes, here's the thing, sometimes Frollo breaks the law, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't let other people get away with it, right? So, like, with Phoebus, he uses the law, right? He wouldn't bend the law. Like, he wouldn't bend the law based on circumstances. He uses the law against Phoebus, which is more, again, doing something, but, like, I'm just trying to show you guys kind of an example. You know? Let's put wouldn't admit that he's wrong under, like, the law, almost, because he thinks that he is the law, right? He wouldn't apologize, you know, whatever. I love Hunchback of Notre Dame, but, like, I don't have an encyclopedic memory of all of Frollo's dialogue, so this may not be, like, you guys may be like, Cal, where did you get that from? And I'm like, I don't know. If I was doing this, so if you guys are writing fan fiction, the way that I would do this is read the thing and make notes, basically. Like, if I was doing this for Ruby, and I have done this for Ruby, I would, like, reread Roman Holiday and fill all of this stuff out. So, like, because I know Neo a little bit better, like, with like, Roman, something that Roman would never do. like, I guess in terms of, post-Neo Roman, I would say that, like, Roman would never abandon Neo. He wouldn't use Neo as a pawn for a plan. Like, he wouldn't trade Neo for something else. Like, he wouldn't use, he wouldn't risk Neo in, like, oh, well, she'll do this for you if you do this for me, like, that sort of stuff. So, like, I would basically go through the material and look at, and sometimes it's not a fan fiction. Like I said earlier, some of us are working on things where we don't have creative control over the stuff. We're given things by other people and then we gotta go figure it out. So if you're in that situation, I would read whatever material that the person gave you, right? Like, for some series, it's a lore Bible. I know that, like, there's lore Bibles that have all the lore, and then you're just responsible for figuring it out. I'm sure, like, Star Wars and stuff like that, like, big franchises have those sorts of, like, Bibles to keep everything straight, right? So, when you're writing your own character, you can kind of, like, do whatever you want. Like, you can put whatever you want. But if you're looking at a character that already exists and you need to get them accurate, I would be, like, reading the script and figure out, like, okay, well, where is this going, right? So, specific actions, I would say, he does not let Quasimodo go to the festival. Now, this is because, and here's where, like, this is getting murky. He does that because he doesn't want to be embarrassed. Like, he doesn't want Quasimodo to embarrass him or embarrass himself. He doesn't actually care. He just sees it as an embarrassment. I don't know necessarily how that fits into internal damnation, but it would be more like if he needed to punish Quasimodo, that would probably, like, not be great, like, in the eyes of God. You know what I mean? If Quasimodo embarrasses Frollo, Frollo can't just get rid of him. He's responsible for him. So because he took responsibility over him, he can't retaliate against Quasimodo's behavior. So I think that that does fit in somewhere. It may just be, like, underneath something we didn't talk about, right? He wouldn't let Quasimodo go to the festival because he's embarrassed of Quasimodo, and depending on how great the embarrassment is, he would have to act out of character, basically. And, like, he doesn't want to go to hell. So I think it does all sort of, like, connect with his reputation, and, like, he's afraid of the eternal damnation and all of that, stuff. He does not let Esmeralda help Quasimodo. Obviously, she gets through because he wants to teach Quasimodo a lesson so Quasimodo will not, embarrass him again, right? He wanted to use the crowd as a deterrent. So again, this is one of the things where, like, if you were in the stream, like, you would understand better than if I posted on Patreon, so I'll make sure to make a note of that there's, like, explanations. He does not hold a fair trial for Esmeralda or, like, anyone. It seems like he didn't, like, hold a fair trial for the lady, right? Quasimodo's mom. But yeah, there's a lot that Frollo does do, like, he burns down the house and all of that stuff, like, in his pursuit of Esmeralda and all of that, right? So he does not do a couple things, but I think that what this pyramid is really helpful for is mostly the top three again. Like, the bottom, like, you can fill out as you're working and stuff like that, but, like, for a villain, I think that this is what's important because you're gonna have this, and then you're gonna have in your regular pyramid, you're gonna have more information because villains are willing to do more things. They're willing to lie, they're willing to cheat, they're willing, right? And so, you have to use these, I think, in combination with each other, or else you're missing the full scope of the information, right? Yeah, it would fit on the, yeah, you're right, Elm, like, when you're saying, like, it would fit more on the other pyramid, like, he put himself in a position of power, so he would be in a position similar to God, right? That he could say that he's doing God's will and all of that stuff. So you're definitely right. And so that's why I think that these things need to be these things need to be used together because there's a lot more that Frollo does and that he's willing to do, and it may connect, right, to going, because the opposite of eternal damnation would be, like, going to heaven, right? Like, being like, revered in, like, the eyes of God, and, like, God's like, oh, you did such a good job for me on earth, whatever, right? whatever imagination. And so, like, the way that Frollo does those things, is like, he's a judge, he does this, he does that, he's persecuting the Romani because he wants the city to have a certain, like, pious image, because he thinks if he lets the city this, and this, then he'll go to hell or something, right? Like, you know what I mean? It all probably connects back somehow, right? It's also probably important to note that, like, a character can think that they're doing stuff, again, for God, but, like, in reality, I think Frollo is doing it to have power similar to God, and so there may be stuff that he does that it's like, well, God wouldn't like that, but there comes a certain point where, like, God wouldn't like that kind of goes out the window, because he has kind of, like, lost his mind, and now he's more focused on his power. Like, he's okay with, like, a little damnation. He just doesn't want eternal damnation, you know what I'm saying? So I think killing Quasimodo was eternal damnation, but he's okay with, like, you know, running over people with the horse and they get injured. Because you can just go to confession and be like, oopsie, right? You can't really oopsie murdering people. So I think that, like, that's kind of the mentality, too, that you have to keep in mind with a character like Frollo, is that us, as good people, right, we will think to ourselves, clearly that is not what God wants. God does not want you to be racist or bigoted or ableist or any of those things. God does not want that. But a character like Frollo will kind of excuse it somehow. So again, this is not like ironically, your Bible, where you're doing this and you're like, oh, but that means I can never ever, right? Like, it's not about that. It's just, like, understanding what the beliefs of your character are. And then working with that throughout your story, right? Yeah, like he says, like, with Quasimodo's mom, like, she ran, I pursued, right? So he's trying to justify it. We may know that it's not justifiable, but he thinks that it's fine. He thinks that it's, like, in the realm of his ability, that, like, that God wouldn't be mad at him for that, even if I think God probably would be, right? So yeah, I think that, like, if we were to do it for a hero character, I may make another one, but the stream is getting a little long, so I'll try to make, like, some other examples and post them to Patreon. If people are like, Frollo is not helpful because he's a villain, right? Like, we could do this for you know, again, Ariel I thought was a really easy one, to do, like, in terms of stuff that Ariel won't do, right? Ariel is not gonna kill somebody to go to the human world. Like, she's not gonna do that. She may disobey her father, which, again, that goes into this pyramid, but she's not gonna kill people. She is not going, to, like, hurt anyone. She's not gonna put anyone in danger. At least and this is important, she doesn't think that when Ursula wins that Triton is gonna be in danger. It never crossed her mind. I think that, like, if she had foresight and thought that Triton would get turned into, like, Ursula's little sea creature thing, that she wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? She wouldn't have done it because that would have went against her, but she never thinks about that. So those are important things to sort of, to think about, right? Like, Ariel wouldn't do that, and maybe that outcome happened despite the fact that she wouldn't do that. But that's something that, like, the narrative, that's why Ariel fights so hard against Ursula, because she's like, oh my god, I ruined everything. My father's now a sea creature. We have to stop her. So again, it's not don't ever do these things. It's like, you have to know where your character's mindset is at, because then when the stakes come in and the plot hits them like a train, you can do plot things related to the things that they do or do not want to do. So I hope that all makes sense. I had a lot of fun coming up with, like, the never ever pyramid, even though, like, it's not something that I use the desire pyramid a lot more frequently, because for me, the fear that the character has is more so of an in my head thing, and I don't need to necessarily, like, write all that down. Like, I have a lot more trouble not remembering, but, like, keeping straight what a character will do compared to what they won't do. So, like, in my own mind, this is all organized, and so I never made pyramids for it before, but, like, to talk about the villains, I was like, oh, this is interesting. I need to make something to figure this out, and so, like, this is what I ended up doing. And I think that this, again, you should put them together and use them together, because then with Frollo, if it was like, heaven, right? Like, being pious in not only the eyes of God, but in the eyes of society, like, you can then understand that everything he did was for the sake of keeping his image in society, like, pristine and whatever, and, like, maintaining that power and all of that stuff. So yeah, I will put those blank on Patreon, so you guys can do it at your own leisure. Yeah, I appreciate how many of you guys have stayed in the stream for so long. I think we will do another stream on villains, probably after I make a villain-based video, which I do want to make one on All Is Fair from Snow White. But yeah, I've just been busy, and I didn't want to be, like, negative. I was tired, and so I was like, I'm not doing that. Let me do something else. Let's go back to Fontaine. I know we've played a lot of Fontaine, but, like, I love the Fontaine. It gets me in the headspace where I want to be. Writing music is always a fun thing. Oopsie, I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. What's in my tabs right now? Okay. Yeah, if you guys saw my screen, you would see my full name, which is on my TikTok. The script document that I have from school, and, my thumbs up thumbnail bookmark, so that's not a big deal. That's why I was, like, changing the crop, because I didn't want people to see my tabs, but, like, my tabs are not a big deal anyway. Okay. So it'd be hilarious if after all of this talking, the pyramids did not help with anything. And, like, this didn't help anyone. But clearly I think they do help with stuff. So let's put all this away. What do they help with, right? They would not fucking say that. This is especially, again, if you're really neurotic about, like, fanfiction and stuff, and you live in fear about someone being like, they wouldn't fucking say that, this is for you. Because if you make a pyramid based off of what happened in canon, and, like, you want to keep that all straight in your mind so you don't have this situation, it'll help with, they wouldn't fucking say that, right? Again, I talked about this earlier. My big fanfic pet peeve is when Roman, like, mistreats Neo in any way, and you can do whatever you want, but Roman would not fucking do that. The entire point of Roman Holiday was how much Roman would not do that. So, like, you can do whatever you want, but I don't like it. And even if you go against it, you as the writer have to justify the break in their behavior. And that's what a lot of writers, I think, forget to do. They know that it's okay for a character to be out of character, and they will justify it in, like, interviews and stuff by being like, but they were at their breaking point, but, like, the narrative doesn't justify it, right? And so I think that that's the problem, is that, like, a lot of writers are like, oh, you know, I'm the writer, I can't make my own character out of character, but it's not about, like, you and your thoughts in your head, it's that there is promise, progress, payoff, and that's a fundamental for everything. It's not just the fundamental for writing, it's the fundamental for literally everything, even, like, this stream right now. If I promised you guys that you would learn something and you didn't learn anything, that would be a lack of payoff, right? So that's, like, how everything works, not just storytelling, not just character, not just, like, plot and world building. That is how entertainment works, even non-scripted entertainment. You go into a documentary and you think that you're gonna learn something about the thing the documentary's about. You're gonna get the answer, right? You watch a YouTube video and you hope that that person, if the title is like, what Smash Bro characters have killed people, you're gonna hope that you are learning about every single Smash Bro character that killed someone. And if suddenly the video is not about that, people are gonna be like, well, you lied to me. That's the problem. So, like, writers, again, they get in their heads of, oh, I can't write my own character out of character. But you may have written them in character to you in your mind, but the viewer is not in your mind. You have to be able to justify that in the narrative so that the viewers don't feel cheated out of something. Because pushing a character to the breaking point can be really satisfying and, like, heart-wrenching for the viewer when it's done right, because we know that the character would never ever do that, but then they've been put in the circumstance where they have to, and it just rips us apart. You can't rip people apart if they feel like you cheated, right? And that you you can't make people emotional if they feel like that you lied to get to the outcome, basically. It's kind of like in a mystery. Like, if you've ever watched, like, a mystery and the murderer wasn't a character that was introduced in the episode and you were like, what the fuck? That's because we go into a mystery expecting something. We expect that we will be able to solve it as the characters are solving it. And so you can subvert those expectations fine if you actually put in the work to make the audience understand, like, thematically, why did you do that? Like, right? But if it's just a normal mystery of the week, and then the murderer isn't someone that the audience met, the audience is gonna be like, what did you just do to me? You just wasted my time, because I came here for the exact same thing, the same bat time on the same bat channel, and you just, like, betrayed me and I didn't even get something interesting. I think Brandon Sanderson says the best way to do, like, planting, payoff, and all that stuff is, like, you give the audience more than they expected. Right? So you give the audience what they thought they were gonna get, and then there's like a twist or there's something like more to that, right? But it's still something that they could reasonably see coming, right? I think maybe, let me think about this. I think Flynn cutting off Rapunzel's hair, I think, is a good example. Like, you got the adventure, you got the love story, you got everything that you probably wanted, I think, and expected, but probably most of us didn't expect that to happen when we went into the movie, or if we did, it was because, like, we're writers and so we kind of know, oh, this character has long hair with magical powers, of course they would lose the hair, right? Like, they would lose it at the end, like, of course. Some of us we read so much that it's kind of impossible to turn our brain off in that way, and then we're, like, seeing things, or, like, Hans being the villain in Frozen, like, I know that surprised some people, it didn't surprise me, I'll tell you, right? So, I think that it's, like, that's the sort of thing, right? Like, you could say surprising yet inevitable, which somebody in the YouTube chat said that the other day, and I'm like, yeah, you can say that, right? I think that's a foundation for everything. Surprising yet inevitable. It was inevitable that you clicked on a Calxiyn Cares Too Much video and I ripped a song apart. But what was surprising was maybe how I did it, what you learned, how it connected to, like, real events in human life, I don't know, right? Yeah, some clickbait thumbnails are like, I pulled the best Pokemon card ever, and then that's the title every time. Exactly, and, like, that works maybe if you're on, like, TikTok or something where you have a influx of new viewers constantly, right? But for us, and what we do on this channel, right, we have a core audience, so, like, it can't be, like, this is not the worst song every time. Unfortunately, like, with how things have been going, it has been the worst song every time. Like, this is the worst Disney song. Like, it has been getting worse. But, like, I wouldn't say that Good Things Grow from Snow White is the worst Disney opening number. Like, I probably wouldn't title it that way. Because how can Rosa's and Moana and Snow White, like, they can't all be the worst. Maybe they're all uniquely bad in their own way, right? Alright, we gotta wrap up. Maybe. Well, I am gonna stay for questions. I just want to wrap, like, this up, because this was just me being like, what are we doing? This also helps connecting the characters to the thesis, because I talked about this earlier, but, like, 99% of the time, if you have a protagonist who is like, I need love and acceptance and friendship, the theme of the story is probably gonna be, like, found family, something like that, right? And so we've already talked about that a little, but, like, the reason why I think that at least the very top of the pyramid is a good idea to do is so you will know that when you are, like, so that you know, if you have an idea of what your story is about, you should know how the character facilitates that and vice versa, right? So, like, we talked about Ariel needing to have love and acceptance is, like, the entire plot of The Little Mermaid, and if the characters did not know that she needed that, like, that would be detrimental to the story. Like, nothing would happen. Like, it would be crazy, right? And that's a big problem with stuff like Wish, again, right? Wish had a theme that they were trying to do, sort of, but then they didn't connect Asha to that theme, and that was bad. Same with Hazbin Hotel. I know we already talked about Charlie. Charlie is very poorly connected to the thesis of the show, and so are other characters. Like, Vaggie could have been a great time for, like, you lied to me, but despite the fact that you lied, I know that you're a changed person, and there's all of that stuff about forgiveness. Like the theme, if the theme of Has-Been Hotel is supposed to be forgiveness, and that everyone can change, they should have really leaned into the idea that Vaggie did change and she's proof of that, and then they didn't do it. Right? Yeah, even if the character doesn't know, you gotta know. And you have to, yes, you also have to know what would make them crash the fuck out. Boring character prevention, right? Characters who want to save the world just because are boring. I know that there's like Superman and like all of those sorts of like, you have stock characters like James Bond, but stuff like James Bond and like that sort of thing, like they are there to have a good time. Like they're not there to have a giant, I know some James Bond stuff probably does, but like Sherlock Holmes and stuff like that, like those are stock characters that are like, they are characters to like kind of move the story along, but really the theme of the story is gonna change depending on everybody else, right? So like, again, Superman, he's probably fine, right? Or whatever. But like, Asha cannot just want to save the world. That is not the point. Same with Moana too. Same with Snow White. Like, they can't just want to save the world because there needs to be a personal human core element that everybody can relate to. We all want to be accepted. We all want recognition for the things we do. We care about our legacy and maybe what we leave behind, right? So even though there are stock characters that you kind of don't need to worry about, like you don't need to give Sherlock a huge character arc if you don't want one, for most of the stuff that we're gonna be doing, unless you're working for a TV show, like kind of like a murder show, right? But even murder shows usually have like, you have Monster of the Week and then you have an overarching plot line where it's like the detective who doesn't want to like come out of retirement comes out of retirement, and then also like the killer who killed his wife is still on the loose and he learns to be nice to people, whatever, right? He learns to like let people in and be part of a team, you know, all of that stuff, right? Even like the most kind of beat for beat shows have an overarching plot line, right? Making creating other characters easier. This is like a very underrated thing, I think, if you're doing original stuff, because if you're doing a fanfic, the characters already exist for you and you have to figure out how they work. But what this pyramid, like what the pyramid helps with is like, again, some of us are pantsers, some of us are plotters. If you have a protagonist and you're really attached to them, and you really like this character because they're like fun to write, and you don't have a villain, the easiest thing to do is just make the villain kind of a mirror of the hero and then go from there, and then maybe they'll deviate more from being a mirror, right? But like, think about, we're gonna talk about Barbie Princess and the Pauper, not this week, but probably next week, right? Preminger is like a perfect foil almost to Erica. Erica is a peasant who pretended to be royalty, who successfully deceived a king who could have had it all, but didn't do that because she wasn't trying to be queen, she was trying to help her friend. And that infuriates Preminger because he's materialistic. Unlike Erica, Preminger does care about the bows and tiaras, right? Preminger wants to be king at any cost. He does not understand friendship. But yeah, exactly. Making the villain that's the same as the protagonist in a twisted way can be done with the help of the pyramid. Exactly. And so like, you can make your hero and then be like, how do we make the villain be a natural foil to a hero who is like this? And then that makes you start to think of ideas. Because again, some of us do not like to plot everything at the beginning or we get bored. And I'm one of those people. I do not want to plot every little thing. I like to let my characters surprise me, I guess, right? But like, so I know like the shell of the puppet, right, that we're working with. So I know what type of puppet the puppet is at least. Dahlia used to say that we were meat puppets. Not like that she had that school of thought per se, but like she used to say that some directors think of their actors as meat puppets. And I was like, I love that. Because I hate, like, I don't know. I hate the director being like, do it how you feel in your heart, because you don't want what's in my heart. You don't. You're a liar. You don't want what's in my heart. Not Dahlia, to be clear. I'm talking about other people. I love Dahlia, but other directors and people I've worked with, I'm like, you do not want what's in my heart. You want the cardboard cutout of who this character, like, you want this character as it was portrayed on Broadway. Stop lying to me. You do not want a new interpretation of this character. You want the same interpretation that has always been, right? So when Dahlia talked about the meat puppet thing, I was like, yes, that is what I want to be. I just want to be a meat puppet for the vision of the director. I want the director to tell me what they want. I don't want to have to play, like, mind games, right? And writing is the ultimate meat puppet, where you can puppet them around. In a sense, right? What about a hero who's a bad person? How do you make an antagonist for someone like this? I think that the easiest way to do that is, like, have it be like, this is what you'll turn into if you keep going down this path. So for example, say Aladdin, right? Jafar is almost like, and even like Preminger is a good example, right? Like, Aladdin, like, with Jafar, Aladdin could have been Jafar if Aladdin, like, totally threw his principles away, you know? Yes, you make a bigger asshole, that's, like, one, right? You make someone who is worse, but then you also make, like, if you don't change, that's who you're gonna be. If Aladdin doesn't change, he is going to be basically ideologically aligned with Jafar, right? So that's kind of what you do. You introduce a character who is a worse person, but then you can also do, and if you don't change, it's that guy. You're gonna be that guy. And, like, it's even better if, like, the villain's like, but think about it, we could work together, and, like, we'd be great, and we could scheme, and then the hero's like, no, I don't want to do that, right? So you can have the hero have to confront the person that they'll turn into. It's almost like Ghosts of Christmas Past, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the Christmas Carol, how he sees his future self if he keeps going down the road. You can make the villain kind of be that person, right? But yeah, you definitely make a bigger asshole though. Like, even if they're not parallels or foils or whatever, you just make someone that's worse. You make someone that's, like, more unlikable, that's more dastardly. Like, I think, again, I love Lies of Locke Lamora, like the entire series, but, like, Locke and them, they steal from people, right? But there are worse people in the world that they go up against, and so it makes them feel not as bad, and because they're also the underdogs, you don't really feel bad for the people that they're stealing from either. But yeah. Okay, so we are going to, okay, we're gonna talk about these two, let's do this first, and then I'm gonna use the bathroom quickly, and then we can talk about questions, and then we're basically done. I think that makes sense. I can't believe so many of you stayed for this long. Like, I'm genuinely, like, I'm very shocked. Like, I'm so grateful, but I was like, no one's gonna come to the stream. It's gonna be 10 people. It's gonna be me and Bob. I'm pretty sure Bob probably had to go to bed, because I think he's in, like, the Irish, time zone or something. I think he's Irish, I don't know. He might be British. I know, that's a bad confusion. That's a bad interchangeable mistake to make, but anyway, I'm sure he went to bed, but I was, in my head, I was like, oh, there's only gonna be 3 people here, and I'm gonna cry, and I'm gonna be so sad. But I would have been happy even if it was 5 people, to be clear. I just mean sad as in, like, I would have been like, people don't care as much as I thought they did, you know what I mean? But I'm glad that, like, more people cared than I expected. It's always good to go above your expectations is what I'm saying. Actually, I changed my mind. I do have to use the bathroom. I was gonna, like, do this first, and then I was gonna, like, let you guys ask your questions, and then I was gonna go, but, like, let's just go. Let's just go right now. And you guys can vibe the Genshin music. And I will be back. Okay. Chair stream. Arnold does that too. Sometimes he leaves his chair in his office. The reason why I'm doing this is just because I don't want people to, I know it's opaque, but I don't want people to, clip my ass or anything like that. I don't want people to be inappropriate. I know you guys wouldn't do that, but there was a weird person in here earlier who, I don't know what they were trying to do, but... Hi. Okay. Oh, my dress is caught on the stupid... Hold on. My dress is caught on the stupid, up, down... I don't know what it's called. Lever? Okay. Huh. Okay. Oh my goodness. We care too much. No, I'm glad though, because like I said, guys, and I'll reiterate again, but like, I talk about this stuff because I genuinely like it and I believe that it works. At least it works for me. Like, you know, it's not to sell you anything. It's not to like rope people into like an MLM or like, oh, buy my book or whatever, right? Like, I talk about this stuff because I genuinely like it and I think it works, and it may not work for everyone. And like, you know, this advice may be bad for like some people, like especially people that like over plan. Probably don't need this advice, they probably have to relax. But I like it, and so that's why I want to talk about it. Because I do genuinely, like, believe that it works. Also, have you guys noticed my coughing is better? They have me on, stomach acid medication, and I think that it's helped. I don't know if it was stomach acid or allergies, so I still have to, like, do my test and get, checked out. And all that stuff. But yeah, I finally stopped coughing every 3 seconds. And that's why I can record again. I'm like, finally! Oh my god. I came for the Wish rant, stayed when I realized this is the Autism Hyperfocus channel. That's hilarious. Yeah, you guys are saying you found me through the Wish videos. I am wondering if anyone came from... Because we do get new subscribers every time I upload, so it could always be, like, Lilo and Stitch and, like, that sort of stuff. But, yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, because, like I said, I like talking about this stuff. And I think it's hard to find people with no ulterior motive. And I'm not, like, trying to, like, you know, say that there's anything wrong with getting the bag, because maybe one day I will write a book and I will sell it and I'll be a bit of a hypocrite. But basically what I'm trying to do is like differentiate from the people that are like, and if you do this, your novel will fail. And if you fail, you will die. Buy my book, right? Like maybe one day I will write a book, but it won't be because you guys are gonna die. Like if you don't take my advice, you know what I mean? And so like, I kind of did this because I get frustrated personally. I get frustrated with the level of fear-mongering in the writing advice, you know what I mean? Like, there's a certain amount of, like, okay, guys, like, it's not that serious. You're not gonna die, right? It's about, like, what's helpful to you, you know? Because, like, people kind of, like, people give advice like it's the end of the world. Sometimes, you know what I mean? And, like, sometimes it can be really bad, but it's not, no one's gonna, like, actually have harm because you wrote a bad fanfic, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I'm sure other people, when I made that Wish video, people were like, are you autistic? And I was like, yeah. Because I mentioned, like, that I got frustrated, I think, with my teacher or something, because of what he said about pop music, and I was like, and I wrote this big essay, and they were like, don't do that, pop music's supposed to be fun, and I mentioned that in my Wish video, and I think that's when people, like, clocked me, because they were like, there's only one type of person that would write an entire thesis paper for an assignment that wasn't supposed to be that long. Anyway, sorry. I got, distracted. Twisted content, and then you started watching my other videos. Well, I love that. That's like a unique story. I feel like that we have the other way around, but not a lot for Twisted Wonderland, so I appreciate you. But yeah, so here's my process, okay? And maybe in the next stream I'll, like, show this, but I didn't this time. So I usually have a table, right? We can imagine. So if you imagine, like, a whiteboard, right? Usually I have, like, divide, and I have 3 sections. Oh, you guys can see the lights. Sure. So I'll have 3 sections where it's like, we got the world, we got the character, we got the plot, okay? So let's talk about Gangster Cinderella again, because I mentioned that earlier. Like, in that case, hello? What was that? In that case, the world building is probably not gonna be that serious. It's like your fantasy world and you're having a fun time, right? Like, you're probably not gonna think about that too hard, unless you have a world like Wish, where there is a magic system, and then you have to think about it, right? So you have world, then you have character. That's where you can put all your characters and all your villains and your pyramids and your little fun things, right? And then plot, right? So plot is not world, right? The plot could happen in any world. You have to figure out what may, like, in your world, in your unique world, how does your unique world impact the plot, right? But most plots can happen pretty much in any world, right? So when I say plot, I mean, like, Cinderella wants to go to the ball, right? Like, that can happen in any sort of world, you know? So it really depends on what you're doing, but I'll start with those things. Now, I'm insane, and I don't just have a table with, like, the characters and who they are. I have, in addition to the pyramids and the other stuff, I have another table that mostly I use for fan fiction that has, like, the characters' likes, their dislikes, how their fighting has been described, the words the writers use to describe their body. So, like, Fox is wiry, for example, Fox from RWBY. I have their usual speaking habits. So, like, Fox starts a lot of sentences with, like, Velvet, I don't think that that's right, or whatever. He has a couple other, like, mannerisms, that he does regularly, right? So I have another table. Maybe, if you guys follow me on Twitter, I've tweeted out what the table looks like before. I don't think I can pull it up on stream, though, because I don't know what's in it. Some of it might be inappropriate. But, like, if you just imagine craziness, I have, like, the words that they say, their beliefs about things. So, like, Fox says, for example, like, in vacuo, grief is a short process where you get the fuck over it and you move on. He basically has a line like that. So it's like, based on the books, it seems like that Fox, that's how he was raised and what he believes, in terms of how to deal with his grief. Right? So he's not saying that just as, like, oh, this is how it is and it sucks, right? He's saying this is how it is and so I did that too, right? So, like, those sorts of things. So I have, like, a big chart. You know what I will do for you guys, just because you've been so good? Hold on. I will explain what's in the spreadsheet, but I don't think I can show it on the stream because, like I said, I don't know what's in it. It's probably, like, there's probably nothing bad, but, like, again, the word kill and stuff like that, right? Okay, so if you imagine a table, I have the pyramid. So, super objective, super tactics, actions, all that stuff. So, like, for Fox, he wants to protect people who cannot protect themselves. The book says that. We're talking about RWBY again, sorry. For everyone that doesn't like RWBY, but this is the chart that I have. So then I have Fox's backstory. That's the second tab. The third tab is physical descriptions of how Fox is described in the novel. So he's described as wiry, somewhat thin, but also strong. So that's how they, describe him. Weiss calls him Red, so that's like a nickname. He has red hair. So that's not like the most crazy, like, descriptor in the universe or anything, but let me zoom out so I know that I have everything. I have a body language tab. So let's try to see what's in there now that I've zoomed in. Fox tends to hold up his hands when he's talking, or when he wants people to listen, as opposed to other characters who may snap their fingers or something. He's always like this, apparently, in the book. He's like, easy, listen, or like, listen, right? Like, he's not like snapping his fingers like, you know, stuff like that. He, like, makes a big gesture. I'm assuming Fox is blind, by the way. I'm assuming because in his mind he thinks that people can like, see him flailing around easier. What else? Fox grits his teeth, he wipes his brow. These are just, like, things he did in the book, and so I'm like, I will also make Fox wipe his brow. Or, like, Fox's face will be strained with concentration and fatigue. This is, again, like, I read the Ruby novels, and I wrote down, like, body language that I thought, like, that would be a nice thing to bring back in a fanfic, right? Even though it's kind of vague. Other characters probably also grit their teeth, but there's some stuff in here that's, like, Fox-specific, right? Like, I have how he moves, like, how he's described in the book. He's described as thin, supple, and graceful. Supple is funny. I think that they do call him supple. He leaps lightly, so he's a very light-footed type of character. I have his word mannerisms again, so, like, he starts with a lot, right? You know, he has certain phrases and, like, stuff that he'll say. Then I have fighting style and semblance and aura, which that's, like, Ruby stuff, but, like, if you have magic in your world, you would probably put, like, they can cast a fire spell. Then I have personality, then beliefs, likes and dislikes, fun dialogue that, like, I just liked from the book, and, like, if I need to remember how Fox talks, I like to look at it. And then I have an other category. Stuff in the other category is, like, Fox sounds smug while explaining Weiss's semblance. He knows it's a Schnee family thing, but why? Why the fuck does Fox know that? Because Fox is not a character that in the show interacts with Weiss, and so, like, that's, like, a really funny, like, weird, nerdy, like, why do you know about other people's semblances? What's going on with you, sir? So, like, I just have stuff like that, like, in there. Yatsuhashi describes Fox as a different person when they reach Vacuo. Velvet says, Velvet says, why, if it's Fox's home, did he want to leave? And then I wrote down, do they actually know that Fox's parents are dead? Because that was a question I had. Like, I'm like, does Team Coffee know what happened to them? Or are they going to Vacuo expecting Fox to see his parents? And then when they get there, Fox is like, by the way, my parents be dead, right? Like, you could play that either way, because I don't think that the answer's in the book. But yeah, so if you imagine that, I will write it down in the chat what it is again. So, pyramid, backstory, physical. Oh, you guys did it. I'll do it anyway, but physical, description, body language, movement, word, tone usage, especially if a character has an accent, right? Like Canadians, you know, the classic is A, right? Magic, personality, beliefs, likes, dislikes, dialogue, funnies, other. Okay. Yeah, so I'll write that down too. I think, Mouse, you were, like, on the ball. You knew exactly what I wanted. You saw right inside my head. But yeah, if anyone's watching this stream back, I'll take a picture of the chart and I'll put that on Patreon. That may be, like, another stream. We may do that, like, another day. For my VTuber project, I have also had to do this because, oh god, I don't know if I can do it right now, but I'll try. I will post the template. But yeah, I don't know if I can do this, like, at this moment, because I would have to get into it, but, like, Soliana has a transatlantic accent, so she will probably talk a little bit like this. So what does she say? Does she say, oh, by the gods, right? Or, oh, by the fates, right? So she'll talk a little bit like this, like, she'll have a little lilt in her voice while she's streaming. I can't do it perfectly right now. I need to watch more, old movies. But Udine has a couple other things like that. Like, you know, Soliana may be like, oh, good heavens, right? So you want to keep track of your oh, good heavens and your Canadian A's and, like, all of that stuff. So I've been doing this even for the VTubers, because I'm like, I need to know when I'm streaming. I'm gonna have sticky notes on my monitor, and it's gonna be like, remember to call pictures portraits. Remember to never say this. Remember to not refer to technology. Every piece of technology is a magic mirror, right? It's never a phone, it's never a picture, unless we're playing a game and that's the language that the picture uses, that the game uses, right? You don't swear, so Leanna's not gonna swear, right? So I need to have some, like, oh, fiddlesticks. Like, I need to have some things that, like, a sign that says, Cal, please do not say that. Right? And to have sticky notes all over my monitor reminding me, as I play the character on stream, what not to do. Because she's not gonna swear. She's not gonna know, like, you know, what reality television is. And so she needs to have some interesting answers. So even for the VTubers, I have a list of, like, phrases that are acceptable. Oh my god. I've been talking for 4 hours. I promise I'm fine. It's just, like, unlike Genshin, where we have a break in the talking, because I can listen to the characters, I've been talking, like, for 4 hours. So I'm okay. I'm okay. I probably won't record tomorrow, though. I've done a lot of recording this week, and I'll probably do something else. Even though, I don't know if you guys saw my community post, but I was like, guys, my life is so weird right now. I think I'm gonna, like, just record for the next week. Probably not tomorrow, but, like, the same thing still applies. I'll do something else, but, yeah, I'm just gonna go ham on recording. Maybe I'll brush up on some scripts. Anyway, tables. Yeah, so, like, I fill in the tables at the very beginning. So for, like, the Cinderella thing, like, I would probably have just a couple of little bits and bobs of, like, I like this character from Ruby, but I like this character from, you know, from Wish, and I like this idea that I saw in a dream, or whatever. Like, I'll just have, at the very beginning of my process, if you sat me down and you were like, Cal, you have to make a new story, what are you doing? So I would have, like, the bits and the bobs, right? Not, you know, I don't know if Aster's still here, probably not, because we've been talking for 4 hours, but, like Aster said earlier, like, you know, people with their 1,000 lore documents and then they never get any work done, I try to avoid that. I don't like doing that, and I don't like knowing everything, because I also like being surprised, and I like to surprise myself, and that's the classic, like, ADHD, novelty, uniqueness, urgency, and that other one, right? So, like, I don't want to be like, and this is the very specific way things are gonna go. Because at that point, what's the point of almost writing the story if you know exactly how it's gonna go? You wrote the story. It's in your head now. Like, you already know how it ends in your head. Like, you need to know where you're going, but, like, I don't like to be like, and the world will exactly have, like, this mechanical such and such, you know? Just sort of, like, whatever helps me get started, right? Then I fill in bits of the pyramid. So, like we talked about, I'll pretty much focus on these 3 layers for both of them, right? So, like, for the anti-objective and the super objective, I'll focus mostly on the top 3, because those are the things that are gonna influence other behavior that we come up with later. So I may do that for the protagonist. Sometimes the villain, probably the love interest. I won't really do it for side characters, unless the side characters are gonna be, like, a huge part of the thing. But you should probably do it for anyone that has, like, real big connections to the thesis of the story. Like, you don't need to do it for the random shopkeeper or something. But if you have a team dynamic, you should, like Avatar, you should probably figure that out, because the way a team dynamic works is that the other characters make up what the others lack. Right? You know what I mean? So you want to make sure the characters all sort of, like, that they have a reason to be together, you know? Then I go right and listen, like I said, listen to the voices in my head. And, like, even though I said I don't believe in, like, misty tinkle woo-woo things, right? And, like, oh, just have it flow from your heart, right? Like, I do have the characters, and they sometimes look at my work and they're like, I wouldn't say that. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I offended you. I have a problem with misty tinkle at the beginning. Like, step 1, misty tinkle, feel what's in your heart. That's what I have a problem with. And again, for acting, for songwriting, a lot of, like, teachers believe in misty tinkle woo-woo of, like, just go into a field and, like, let the sun fall on you and write your song. No! No, unless you're an independent songwriter who's releasing music based off of your life, you can't write a musical without knowing what the musical's gonna be about, bestie. That's not how musicals work. Musicals facilitate a story. Songs facilitate story. You need to know what the story is, right? So again, everyone works differently, but for me, I got really annoyed when it's like, step 1, feel it. No! Step 1 is figure out what you're doing first, then you can go feel it, right? And so yeah, so I will do a little work first, then I will feel it, then I'll go revise, then I'll feel it some more, and so we talked about like that endless sort of cycle of like plotting, pantsing, plotting, pantsing. Like that's kind of what I will do. I'll revise the tables and stuff like that. Unless it's again for a fanfic, and then I won't have to revise the pyramids because they're pretty like set to what how the character always acts, if that makes sense. But like if I'm doing like original stuff, I will go and I'll revise. Like Udine got a couple of revisions at a bunch of different points because hold on, how many people are here right now? Okay, there's 25 of you. I think it's okay. I know that some people may watch this later, but I kind of want to keep this like a bit of a secret, so you guys will be in the know. But Udine cannot lie. She's the magic mirror, so she can't lie. She used to be able to lie when she was, like, human, but right now in the story, she can't lie. So there was a very, like, because Aster asked, like, why would Udine, like, give up this information willingly of what she says in the song? And I was trying to be like, well, there might be a lot of different reasons. Who knows? And I, like, listed a bunch of reasons. And she was like, but why specifically Udine? And I was like, I can't tell you. Sorry. It's a secret. So yeah, she's the magic mirror. She can't lie. So Soliana basically asks before the song starts, well, what would you do if you were in my situation? Like what, like, oh, like basically kind of a frustrated, like, fine, if you know everything and you know so much better, what am I gonna do? Like, you know, what would you do? And so when Udine says, like, hey, this is what I would do, and it's the honest answer, it's the honest answer. Like, she probably, under a different circumstance, she probably wouldn't say that. Like, she probably would not say that. But she can't lie. So she has to figure out how to make her honesty work for her. And I think that that's really fun. I think that's a fun thing to do. Because I don't want to talk about it too much, because I don't want to get lost in my own sauce. But, like, the plan for Udine is kind of like the devil you know, as opposed to all of the other devils that lie to you. So from her perspective, it's like, hey, yes, did I say that I would cut off this guy's, you know, pointer stick? Yeah, I did say that, but guess what? I'm gonna be real with you. All those other people, they lied to you. So at least you know that you can trust me and you can ask me anything that you want and I'll tell you the answer. You may not like the answer you're gonna get, but at least I'll give you one that's true, right? So anyway, so the fact that Udine can't lie, she makes it work for her by kind of preying on the fact that everybody else in the world is a liar. And there were characters before this point that explicitly lied to Soliana, so that's the whole thing. Why did I talk about this? Oh, Udine originally wasn't like that. She became the magic mirror after a couple revisions a long time ago. She wasn't originally the magic mirror, she just showed up in the mirror. But then I was like, that's stupid. I was like, why would she be in there? So then I made her the mirror, and that made a lot more sense. But yeah, originally she wasn't in the mirror. She just, like, her spirit kinda just poofed in the mirror after something else happened. And I was like, no, that's dumb. It makes so much sense if she's the magic mirror because she has silver hair, right? Like, so she already looks like the magic mirror. You imagine, like, again, silver, moonlight, illusions, mirror, the mirror on the water. You've been drawing Soliana in the stream. Have you really? Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Like, I might actually cry. I don't know if anybody else has drawn her outside of the people that I have paid to draw her. Oh my goodness. Can't you cosplay those characters? That's a good question. I was actually gonna make a YouTube short about that. So I'll answer you here, it's fine. We're pretty much at the end anyway. And then I'll use this, for the VOD, watchers. But, so, here's the reason. It's a couple reasons, actually. They are going to talk to each other at the same time, so that's going to be a little difficult. Like, that would be a difficult thing for me to appear on stream in costume. It's also a matter of just practicality in terms of, like, that's expensive. Way more expensive than a VTuber model, especially to restyle the wigs and the dress and, like, all of that stuff would be really complicated. Yeah, like, it's easier to draw the picture than make the costume. Exactly. It's also a suspension of disbelief thing, because, like, if you see me in costume and then you see this, like, this is not, you know what I mean? Like, this is not the princess in the castle, right? So, like, VTubers, at least Soliana has her own room, so I don't think I've posted it yet, because, obviously, like, she hasn't debuted yet, and, like, you guys will see the room during debut, but she has, like, a tower room, right? And VTubers have rooms that they stream in. So that was one of the other reasons for sure. And it's just, like, because I like the medium of VTubing. Part of it is also just, like, the reason why I was so interested in VTubers in the first place, and even before this, I had a VTuber that I just used sometimes for fun that, like, looked like myself, like it was just a Calxiyn VTuber, is because, like, it's exhausting for me to exist, if that makes sense. Like, doing my hair, like, I've cut my hair, which nobody seemed to notice, unless you saw me yesterday, then maybe you did notice, but yeah, I cut my hair. It used to be, like, down here, now it's up here, right? But, like, it takes me, like, 2 hours to get ready to record. And I technically work that into, like, my 9 to 5, right? So, like, I may start, like, I'll start getting ready. And then say it's 12 o'clock and I start recording, and then sometimes I record until, like, 5 o'clock, or I record until 4 o'clock, whatever. So, like, those 2 hours technically probably shouldn't be counted in my 9 to 5, because if you worked a normal job, you would have to get ready before you leave the house. But, like, it takes me a long time to get ready. And obviously I don't do my hair every morning, but, like, this morning I did. If I recorded tomorrow, I wouldn't have to do my hair, but I would have to do my makeup. And it's, like, so exhausting. And, like, even just to wear clothes. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but, like, if you guys watch my really old videos, like, on the Calxiyn main channel, I mean, it depends. Like, I've had different sort of fashion sense over the years. But, like, this, what I'm wearing right now, like, this is, like, comfortable, it's loose, like, I don't know if you guys need to know this. I'm not wearing, like, a normal bra, like, I'm wearing a sports bra, like, no wire, I should say. I have, like, no underwire, and so, like, I used to, like, have, like, you know, sort of the full glam and, like, all of that stuff, and, like, tight clothing, and, like, you know, wired bras and, like, stuff like that, like, you know, when I used to force myself into those things just so I could record, and then I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. And so I try to wear, like, stuff like this, right? Or stuff that covers my chest so people don't even, like, notice, to begin with, and I can just wear, like, a non-wired bra underneath it. So, like, for Soliana, she'd probably have a corset, technically, if we were making a costume, but, like, yeah. Like, it's just a lot. Oh, no, it is comfortable. It's basically, like, this is so random. It's, like, two stacked on top of each other. So if you imagine, like, a tank top, I have, like, a half tank top crop top on, and then I have, like, a sports bra underneath, that's white, just to, like, you know, keep the extra, like, coverage or whatever. You know, just for modesty and whatever and that stuff. So yeah, I only, like, I'm done with the underwires. Like, I still like to do my makeup and stuff, obviously, but I am done. I can't do it anymore. So yeah, that is basically it. And I love my dresses, and obviously you guys see me dress up, but, like, there's certain clothes, like, I hate jeans. I hate them. They're the devil. I hate pants. I don't like wearing pants. I'll wear shorts, but I don't like pants, right? So, yeah, anyway, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, so I'm just, like, I've just stopped doing things that I don't want to do. And I know that if I get like a corporate job or whatever, like a real job, like obviously I'll need to buy some professional clothes, but if I can help it, I am not going to have pants. I don't want to do it. It's so much easier to just put a dress on and go out and like live my life. Anyway, this is not related. This isn't related to this stream. But yeah, exactly. The spoons. Will you use a voice changer? That has been, like, I'm experimenting with that. I'm doing some trial runs of that. I don't want to talk about it too much because it may give away what I'm planning, but the difference between Soliana and Udin's voices doesn't necessarily need to be like, oh, these are like very convincingly two different people. It can sort of be more like Oscar and Ruby, where like Oscar talks, but then you understand that it's Ozpin talking because of the way that he's speaking, almost like the inflection that he has. So it's gonna be more like high-pitched transatlantic versus like low-pitched transatlantic, right? And then also having some pre-recorded stuff so they can talk over each other at the same time. So I would do like, if I was doing Udine voiceover or something, like I would have some like kind of stock sound effects, so it's like, you suck! She wouldn't say it like that, but like, you're shit! What are you doing? Proper form! Like if we're playing a game, right? Like say The Witcher. So it'll be like, there's a trigger so Udine can yell. And, like, it's a stock sound effect of her, like, berating Soliana. And then Soliana, which would be me, I'm just like, I'm trying! Right? So I have plans to, like, have, basically, I have a Steam Deck, or, sorry, yeah, a Steam Deck, right? Stream Deck? Stream Deck. I have a Steam Deck, too. But I have a Stream Deck that has, like, buttons on it. I may need a bigger one that has more buttons, but yeah, you guys can see the buttons. Like, the emotion for the character will probably be like on these buttons, and then I have all these other buttons, so I could be like, I know what Udine number 1 is, what her number 2 is, but yeah, I'll be doing their voices at the same time, but I also have plans to make it seem like real. But yeah, so do you guys have any questions about what we talked about? Like in terms of the pyramids, in terms of the, even the I Want song stuff, because like this is now your time, this is now your question time. So we're at about 4 hours right now. Let's see. Yeah, we're at about 4 hours. I'm okay. I could use more water, but you know, I'm okay. So yeah. No questions, all good. Well, that means I did my job properly, so that's good. But yeah, I'm gonna set a... What's going on? Even my bra question was answered. Yeah, my mom was like, are you done recording? And I'm like, not yet, 5 minutes. So you guys have a 5-minute timer of if anyone has a burning question in their heart. I will put the timer on for 5 minutes. And then we can just chat and wrap up. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody, you know, staying for this long. I never thought, like, I didn't think that, like, again, like I said, I was like, no one's gonna show up, but that's okay. I was like fully prepared for it's me and Bob. Like it's me and Bob and it's 3 other people and it's Arnold on his alt account, even though he's streaming. And like, that's like fully like what I thought was gonna happen. It was just gonna be like 4 of us. So the fact that like, let me check, actually, hold on, let me see. The fact that we had, at one point we had 53 people in the stream is nuts. Like, that's crazy. Do you do script doctoring commissions or are you too busy now? I will tell you that until the end of, let me check. So, also, if you guys don't know, I also do reaction commissions, which Hunter and we got back to, and now I'm like, ugh, we're busy again. So I my life is gonna be really, really weird until about the 11th of July. So technically I've been like rejecting people and I've been like, we can't do any reaction commissions, I can't do anything for you, sorry. So I've been like, my life is too weird right now, and like technically I need the money, but like also I can't promise you the time, so I would rather not. Like, I don't want to commit to something and then not be able to do it, right? So if you still need me after the 11th of July, I will be here, I hope. But yeah, my life is just a little strange at the moment where I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. And so I'm like, hopefully I'll be here. I feel bad though, because I was just becoming like consistent again. And I was just like, yeah, like we're gonna take commissions and do stuff on the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel now because the audition circuit is over. And now it's like, oh, but now this other thing is happening. And like, it's making me question my entire life and what's going on. But yeah, we can talk about it if you still, in the future, if you still need me. But yeah, even the reaction commissions, I'm like, I don't know if I want to take a reaction commission right now because I'm like, what if I don't get it done because of all this stuff going on? There's weird things in my life, like I said. Will we get more streams like this in the future? Yeah, I think so. I would have to make another topic. I think like a romance one could probably be interesting. Villains, I think that's pretty much what I would do. And I was thinking, okay, so, actually, do I need to type that in for the VOD watchers? I mean, you guys didn't have, like, crazy questions, so maybe not. This was if we were gonna have, like, an hour of questions. I was gonna write down what they all were so people could find them. Oh, right, so, oh, okay. The thoughts, I needed to put them back in my brain. BuzzFeed Unsolved used to do something called postmortem, where they would make a video and then afterwards they would have a live stream, I guess, talking with their viewers. So say it was like a crime, they would like talk to their viewers about a crime. I mean, that's usually what postmortem was. So I was thinking like, maybe I would do the All Is Fair villain video first and then we would have the villain lecture after. This one is like technically connected to the, like, if I had to say what this is connected to, it's connected to the I Want Song video. So I was thinking about kind of doing it that way, but like there may even be some sporadic ones that like aren't connected to anything, right? Would you say fanfic is a good way to practice the pyramid building? Yeah, I think so. Especially because like a fanfic already has all the information and then you just need to learn how to synthesize it. I think like that's basically like how I kind of started doing this, right? So I think writing a fanfic is like a great idea. Like I think, especially if it's something easy, like for Fox, who I talked about earlier, he is only present in Ruby after the fall, so it's really easy to like read after the fall and just synthesize all the information that we have about him, as opposed to like, say a character like Weiss, who's a main character in Ruby, and like there's like 9 seasons worth of information about Weiss that you have to have in your head. Fox and like Team Ruby and like Team Coffee, and the fact that there's a book and the book has basically everything that we know about them. It was a nice little baby step thing. Where, you will be able to download the pyramid. I have to post them on Patreon, but I will put them in a link after we're done. So it may take a couple hours, but I will try to get that posted when we're finished. General story structure stream? Yes, I think we could do that. The problem is that there's so many different types of stories that's kind of difficult, but what I may do is like, I think what would be fun is like, what's the problem, guys? What's going on in your story? What's happening? And like, kind of almost like, you can talk to me and I'll come fix your problems for you. Like, we could do something like that as opposed to, here's how the general, like, here's how the story structure works. We could be like, what's your problem, guys? Let's get at it. Would a protagonist work who only acts out of fear and not desire? I think so. I think that, like, I can't think of any off the top of my head because my brain is mushy. But, I think the thing is that, like, from fear will come desire, like the desire to be safe and stuff like that. So I think that like there probably isn't gonna be an only, like there probably isn't gonna be an only fear. Eventually a desire will emerge, but you could definitely have like Katniss volunteers out of fear to keep her sister safe. But then she has, you could say from that, the desire to win and to like live. And then later in the series to like do the revolution and make the better world and all that stuff. So you can definitely have, I think at the beginning of a story, a character may be very driven by fear, and then out of the fear emerges the desires. Am I allowed to draw your characters? And if I were to draw your characters, where's a good place to post so you can see it? That is a good question. So I'm assuming for I'm assuming you mean Soliana and Udine and not the bear. I know one of you already tagged me in something, so if you don't follow this rule, like, that's okay, I'm not gonna be mad. The best way to do it is technically to tag the Soliana Twitter account or the Soliana Blue Sky account. Like, if you tag me, I will not come to your house and be like, how dare you break the kayfabe? Because I'm here breaking the kayfabe. The kayfabe is broken. Everyone knows that it's me. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows that I did it, so I don't really care that much. But, like, after she debuts, it would be preferable for you to tag her over me, but because she hasn't debuted yet, I will retweet it and Soliana will retweet it, basically. But yeah, you're allowed to draw them. I would encourage it. That's how people will get interested into the project if there's like fan art and they're like, oh, who's that, right? So yeah, you're totally allowed. Do whatever you want. I was thinking about this. I was like, Hunter was like, what are you gonna do if people ship the characters together? And I was like, what do you mean, what am I gonna do? I'll be there, like, let's go. And she was like, you're really okay with people, like, writing smut for the characters? And I was like, I'm writing smut about them right now. That's not true, I wasn't doing that. But yeah, I'm like, go for it. I don't care. If you want to ship Soliana with Deku from My Hero Academia, because that's what your heart is telling you, I will not be offended. Obviously, like, if it's like, don't be weird and don't do something like bigoted with my characters, or I will come for you. But like, if you wanna, like, if you're like, you know who would be good together? Udine and that girl from My Little Pony, like the evil queen lady or whatever, right? Like, I'd be like, yeah, go for it, sure. Yeah. Who's that? Oh god, who is that? The Moon Queen, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like the evil sister, twin or something. I don't know anything about My Little Pony, so the question is, do you ship them? Yeah, I do ship them. They're the sun and the moon. It's the tale as old as time, right? But yeah, so you guys can do whatever you want. I'll be there. I'll be in the AO3. Like, I you know, obviously right now there's, like, because they haven't debuted yet, like, there's nothing. Nightmare Moon? Out of all the characters in the thumbnail, Charlie is easily the best. I would say, yeah, like, she's the best. Luna, right? Oh, did you guys gaslight me? Some of you are saying Nightmare Moon, and then some of you are saying Luna. Luna sounds like more correct, so I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up the stream right now. Thank you guys all for joining in. I had a blast. I had so much fun. I'm so happy I did it, and I didn't let the fear in my heart win that, like, people were gonna be like, Kel, this is stupid, and your advice is bad, and L/ratio, and, like, whatever, like, you know what I mean? So, oh, okay. Oh, it's, like, that's, like, the superhero name. Okay, I understand. So I did not get gaslit. I did not get one guide. But yeah, I enjoyed talking to you guys. I'm so happy. Like, this went so well. Like, I can't believe it. I know I talked a lot longer than I thought I was going to, but this is like proof. Do you guys remember the first slide where I was like, because I was talking too much in the YouTube shorts? Like, there's no way that I could have explained this unless one YouTube short was one section of the pyramid. It's not happening. That probably not. I don't think that that's safe for YouTube. I mean, yeah, but we'll probably not. But like, if it was, an original story on another website, maybe. Like, maybe they would, like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of an ASMR thing? I don't know. Maybe. Not on YouTube, though. We're keeping this PG on YouTube. But you know, VTubers do voice packs sometimes where it's like, oh, you're in a wedding. Like, the scenario is you're going to a wedding, and like, it has like a connected story, with each other. I think Hololive, I think the boys did like some sort of villain story where they were like twisted versions of themselves and they had to be rescued or something. I don't know. Anyway, Hololive does a lot of voice packs, so like, there may be like, you know, who knows? I'm not gonna say no. But yeah. This will be a VOD. Yes. I gotta keep my secrets, guys. Can't tell you everything. Oh, man. The changes you made may not be saved? Well, that's okay. It's just a YouTube. That was my music. Okay. But yeah, now we're gonna end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you guys so much. I was gonna say, thank you for attending Calxiyn's Royal Court. That is not the right channel. This has been Calxiyn. This has been Calxiyn, here to make you care. That is what I mean. But yeah, I am gonna go, because my mom's wondering where I am, so I guess I should go see. I guess I should go see what she wants. But yeah, everyone go to bed. Work on your pyramids tomorrow. Don't do it right now. Let the brain rest. Go watch something else. Maybe some Mario Kart videos. I just came here, oh no! Don't worry, Wince, you'll be okay. It'll be a VOD. It's gonna pop up right now. I feel like I recognize you from something. But anyway, I can't let myself get, like, too distracted by you guys, because I like talking to you guys too much, and I'll yap forever. So I gotta go. I gotta leave. Or else I'll be like, oh, I recognize you. Why is that? And I'll ask questions, and we can't do it.